Ready to have some coffee with me? Yeah. I'm just sitting here kind of going through stuff and looking at a little bit of this and looking at a little bit of that and said, I kind of think that I'd see a couple things that I think some people would enjoy. So I got a couple things together and we're gonna kind of go through a little bit of this and go through a little bit of that. And yeah, I think it'll be kind of interesting. Slow Country, I am going to send you the link here in a couple of minutes. If you want to join me up here, you can do that. Um, Maybe you want to talk about some of the things you found yesterday, which we know that you don't tire of talking about the things that you find. After looking at my True Social and looking at your True Social, I think you're being a little bit over social. You know what I'm saying? Uh, let me see. Where's your name at? There it is. Okay. Paste and send. So there you go. Seeing that you're so bored sitting around the house, why don't you get your butt on up here with me? Mm-hmm. 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 What do you think of that? How you like them apples? Yeah. uh yeah, so you know, okay, so the speed of things, okay, we've been talking for a little while now about drip, 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 and we've all begun to see the pace quicken. And I got a lot of people there. They're sending me messages on Facebook, or they're sending me messages here and there, and they're saying, "Do you think Trump's going to be back before Christmas?" And do you think Trump's going to be back before the end of the year? Do you think that? Well, it honestly, it really doesn't matter what I think, because none of us really, really know. None of us do. Okay, and I'm going to say what I said before. There are 10 people. 10. Okay. 7 military, 3 civilian, that knows how this is all going to play out. Okay. I don't know. I don't know. Do I have hope for that? Well, I hope he comes back tomorrow. I mean, that's where my hope goes, because with the economy the way it is right now, I'm not sure how much longer people can survive. That's just being honest. I mean, I know that there's a lot of preppers out there probably can go a good year without a problem. Um, but I know a lot of people who've taken what they prepped 3 years ago and have actually had to live off of that for the last year. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, it's almost like, no matter how much you try to repetitively prep, if things are not going well in your household or on your property or on your farm or on your ranch or wherever the hell you are, then you're having to dig into those prep in order to survive. Okay, you're having to, well, I'll put it to you like this. 5 years ago, when I started podcasting, I had around 800 ounces of silver. Okay. My business got shut down a year later. Okay. A business that was bringing in an average of 44,000 a month, got shut down. And now that wasn't all profit, because believe me, 20 on a minimum 27,000, was going right back into the business automatically. $27,000. That was a minimum. Okay. Between soil costs, nutrient costs, repair costs, light bulbs, replacement lights, everything all the way down the line. Okay. So, so in all actuality, our profit margin was probably around 9 to 11,000 a month. But then we were being smart. We were purchasing more buildings. We were putting up more greenhouses, things like that. And I never ever expected to have to say that, okay, I got greenhouses for sale, or I got buildings for sale, and have to take half of what their actual value was, not because of the fact that that the buildings weren't worth it, but because of the fact that nobody can afford anything. Okay. It's I keep my gate locked so they can't take my porta john. Okay. I mean, it's that simple. It's oh, you guys have no clue, but you have a clue, but you don't have a clue. It's it's crazy, but when we look at everything, we all want it to move faster. We all want it to move faster. We all want it to move faster. And information is dropping faster and faster and faster. There's no doubt about that. More and more evidence is coming out about the corruption going on. And we know that God's at work. We know it, although we wish that his timing would be a little bit more on key with what would make us more comfortable, but right now it's not about our comfort. Okay. It's not about our comfort. It's about how uncomfortable we can get and still turn to him and rely on him, and as long as we can do that, as long as we can trust what he inspires us to do, then there's no reason that we can't last through this. There's absolutely no reason, but I see a lot of people, between all the different chats and everything else, a lot of people they're ready to give up. They're ready to give up. I don't think anybody wants to be a slave, for the rest of their life. You don't, you don't want to be a slave the rest of your life. And that's where we've been all these years. We have been slaves, and we're working towards true freedom. And that takes patience. That takes a lot of patience. Okay. It takes a lot of prayer. Okay. It takes a lot of us lifting each other up. It takes, it takes so much. It does. So, morning, Slow. What's going on, man? How you doing today?
Oh, it's a day.
Yeah. Why don't you do a screen share, pull up your Truth Social.
All right.
And start going through some stuff that you got there.
Pull it up here.
Yeah, he goes into everybody's chat. You guys got to see this.
I do. I think it's important for the information to get out there.
Yep. No, I'm not going to argue with that. So.
All right, here we go. So where do you want me to start?
At the beginning. That's all. You might want to share a screen now.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up first here.
Okay.
So.
Oh, did you see that? Did you see that interview this morning with Benny Johnson and Marjorie Taylor Greene and Byron Comer and there's a few people in there.
No, I haven't seen that yet.
Yeah, that was good. I'm trying to remember. Oh heck, what was he was live there, he was using. They used one of the senators, one of the senators' offices to do the live in, and it was really good. It was really really good. I was like, wow, this is pretty good. Yeah. I don't think. Oh yeah. Okay. So the video is called Live Inside Congress with the Based Caucus. Byron, Comer, MTG, APL, and more. And they were just like right there in the Capitol, and we're actually going to play some of that today. I don't know how many of you guys follow Benny Johnson, but I think he's doing some really good news. And he brings up some really good topics, and a lot of things that make for great conversations around the dinner table. You know what I'm saying? So let's go ahead and make you full screen here, so that way then you can really show people. I'm going to shut up and let you run with a few things. Go ahead.
All right. So we all know about the Citizens Bank closure over the weekend. They're making a run on banks and stuff like that. So the question I asked was, can someone explain how the market is still above 34,000 on the Dow when we have major bank closings within the last 6 months? And I think that's a pretty good question, especially seeing that I already think our market is falsely inflated to begin with. And if we look, let's see here, at this right here, the S&P 500, during the time that we had no Speaker of the House from October the 6th to the 16th, we were kind of at a leveling point. But after that, it started falling. I mean, it just started falling majorly. And the day after we got the Speaker, which I believe was the 26th, was when they actually started getting to work. If you look here, everything started going back up. So my question is the government actually inflating the stock market to keep it from bouncing checks? I think that's a pretty good question. So, and if we go back here, I mean, does anybody have any insight on that whatsoever? And the other thing we have to look at is Federated Hermes. That is a government entity that buys government bonds. I've seen government bonds in here, so yes. So there was that. And then right here, I put knowingly, and this came from Leading Report. Subpoenaed bank records suggest Joe Biden's younger brother, James, made false statements to federal agents last year when he claimed he wasn't aware of the Chinese shell company that made 6 payments to his LLC account. Interesting.
Yeah, well, because money just magically appears in your account.
Yeah, of course. I don't know who sent me money, but I'm not going to say anything about it because they're sending me money.
Oh, there's John Dunning. Hang on. I want to drop the link for him too. John, I'm going to drop the link for you. Love to have you up, brother. We're having a little bit of a round table. A little bit. That's for John.
All right.
Because he'll always have some really good things to say to annoy those that just don't follow anything.
Lisa, you haven't missed much.
Yeah, well, I don't know if you noticed, but John is John's probably one of the best researchers out there in regards to historical stuff.
Oh yeah,
he will find anything. Good morning, young man.
Hello, Hawk.
How you doing?
I'm still alive and kicking.
Yeah.
put my eyeballs on.
Oh, nothing wrong with eyeballs. They help a little bit. Just at least, yeah, just a little bit. Great to have you with us.
That's good
So
to
we're
be here.
covered. We're covered a little bit of news, true social wise, and dropping some opinions, and then we got a couple of videos to play and stuff that I'd love to have some good insight on. It's always good to have multiple opinions. Because we all see things from a different angle, from a different perspective.
Yep.
So
Yeah, on the monetary, I mean, we're in a fiat system. There's nothing backing the money up. They can do whatever they want. It's just a matter of clicking enough buttons and moving the stuff around.
yeah, well, we ain't got any oil anymore, so we know that it's not actually petrodollars anymore.
Right. And I was looking into like the quantum financial system, which I don't think really that's what we're going to do, because that kind of goes with what they're doing in China and Europe with the the brick and stuff like that, based on cryptocurrency and mining crypto, and to me that's just kind of like another fake
kind of like a pyramid scheme.
Yeah.
And then or those hedge funds, I think they call them.
Right. And then over in China, and too, you have the what do they call that? Social credit score.
Oh yeah. Did you see that one with that girl went into the store and she went into one store, she made a purchase, and then she went to another store, and the store or the thing wouldn't allow her to buy anything else. She couldn't even get a train ride home because the one thing that she bought at the first store was something that they didn't want her to have.
Right. They want that total control, which, I mean, in some ways, what they're trying to do is good, because it will stop those who are embezzling money, offshore accounts and stuff like that. But the common person, I mean, what we do, I don't think it's good for the people.
I'd like to know if we're going to get any of this money back that all these politicians have swindled out of us.
They're working on something. I don't know what, but a lot of banks, the ATMs are down. Like my son-in-law, he couldn't even make his house payment for a while because of they're redoing the infrastructure. A lot of it is to do with where you can make transactions in real time. I think that's part of that quantum thing.
Yeah. And a lot of banks are closing down because of the fact that they didn't want to sign up for this.
Right.
So it's basically screw the public. We're taking your money, and there's nothing that you can do about it.
Well, it's kind of like everything else, doing away with the middlemen or the middle class. That's like in the banking, they were wanting to make it more of a one world globalist type system, like they've done with everything else, like they're trying to do with our, like you'll buy everything from online, and, all of our food products are mass produced through like out in the big farms, they're using GPS tractors and robotics. And, what are we going to do when we don't have jobs to go to because of robots and AI,
Yeah. I mean, it's a drone delivery, one of these days that delivery is going to have a little explosive added to it, because they're tired of you. Okay, we're done with you, so we're going to eliminate you now, kind of thing. It's that's just that's just bad all the way around. Absolutely.
It's funny that you say that, because in a recent movie that was put out by Steven Spielberg, I think it was in 2018, 19. It had drones making deliveries. This is kind of like a future in which technology had taken root, and people basically live their lives within the I want to call it the Matrix, but it was actually like a game. It was called Ready Player One, and they would get everything from deliveries. They would even they called them the stacks, which would be like the ghettos there in Columbus, where they had trailers stacked on top of each other using wrought iron piping and stuff like that. And the guy that is going up against this big corporate entity, they ended up blowing up the stacks to try to get to him. So yeah, I mean, it's kind of creepy.
Yeah, just a little bit too much, and then you know, I can say this now after talking with a few people. I started researching into it about 15 days ago. I talked to one person each day. Okay. And basically what I found was, basically I talked to maybe 3 people each day for the 15 days. And I found 15 people who had been fined by PayPal a minimum of $2,500. That's crazy.
Because they're putting out unfavorable stuff that PayPal doesn't like.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, you got to think about PayPal's connection. I mean, if you go into BlackRock and Vanguard, who's got a chunk of that? They do.
I think that's one of the things they're working on too, is to basically get rid of like PayPal that charges and stuff. That's like I noticed with my one bank account where you can make transactions and stuff like that without having the PayPal making them millions off of people, you know.
Right. Yeah, that's just nuts. That's just nuts.
Yeah, I put a link to a video. I think you've seen it. I think Auntie sent it to you. Imminent delivery.
Yeah, I'm trying to get control of my screen back. My screen just went blank.
It's showing good here.
Yeah. I have a black screen.
Is your computer going to sleep mode?
No, I think I just have too many things open. I do that sometimes. Let me go in here and close the signal. That will probably bring a good portion of it back. Actually, let me reopen that that link you sent there. Wow, that's crazy. Wow. I wish you guys could see what I see. Do you see what I see? Wow.
Yeah, I shut my camera down, hoping that might help you, Hog.
No, it's not, definitely not your camera. Okay, close that one. It's not, that one refuses to close. Wow, this is nuts. Let's see if I can get a screen refresh here. Wow.
Do you still need this yellow extension cord out here?
No.
Okay, guys. You guys stay put. I need to drop for a minute.
Okay.
And I will be right back. I will be right back with you guys.
We'll be here.
Just keep it going until I get back here. Yeah, that's about the only thing that I can do. I think it looks like, yeah, both of my screens are solid black. I can get Um, wow, this is crazy. And I'm waiting for the. Oh, there we go. Okay, so I'm getting the task managers finally starting to come up.
You ever
Um,
clock in your processor, are you?
yeah, major clock. It's system interrupts 122%.
Wow.
Okay. All right. I'll be right back with you.
So, um, keep this going here while we're waiting on Hawk. Also, it came out yesterday. Pfizer will lay off 791 employees in New Jersey after confirming 2 facility shutdowns in North Carolina and other layoffs in Illinois and Colorado. So, of course, we know about Pfizer. They're no longer immune from lawsuits, from what I understand. So, is Pfizer downsizing their assets because of incoming lawsuits now because they're no longer immune? Is this why they're laying off their employees across 3 states? The tide has turned.
Or is Pfizer the scapegoat? We know there's more than Pfizer. There was Moderna and several others.
Right.
Oh, you know, are they doing this just so it's like, oh, look, we took action, we got 'em, but everybody else gets to walk scot-free.
Well, and the other thing that we have to remember is I think he was a former vice president of one of the departments there at Pfizer. He is now the lead guy at the CDC.
Right, right. They move them around,
Right.
It's kind of like, oh, yeah, we're making ground, but they're just moving them around to different places. And we get that false illusion.
Right. And let's see here. Let me go up here. I'll go up to the really juicy stuff here. All right, here. Well, now, Lucy, someone has some splaining to do. Here's the screenshots that I took yesterday from a post from Jim Jordan. Well, leading report that came out from Jim Jordan exposed hundreds of secret reports that show how the federal government disinformation experts at universities, big tech, and others worked together through election integrity partnership to monitor and censor American speech. So let me pull up those screenshots real quick. Here's the first one. Thanks, understood. Given the work DFR Lab does on geopolitics, technology, and election interference with GEC, we were just caught off guard because they asked us about it. I am not as concerned on the money or the project, but rather consolidating our approach to GEC as we go into the season for expanded renewals on 2 separate multi-year agreements in the 6-figure range that cover a significant amount of our work on elections and all of our work in South Africa and Latin America. On the DHS app, fake news, and any other U.S. election-related work, it would be great to sync up as well. I know that the council has a number of efforts on broad policy issues around elections, but we just set up an election integrity partnership at the request of DHS and CISA and are in weekly comms to debrief on disinformation, IO, and etc.
Yeah, I've seen where they were drilling the Homeland Security CEO or whatever you call him. And, it's like they sit there and they don't have no answers for you.
Yeah. And the next one, this came from a Stanford account. Hey, Kate, do you have any time this afternoon to chat? We're working on some election monitoring ideas with CISA, and I would love your informal feedback before we go too far down this road. Sorry for the last minute ask, but things that should have been assembled a year ago are coming together quickly this week. And that came from Alex Stamos. So that's kind of troubling, especially since we know that all this stuff is now coming out because of the weaponization of government panel they got going on.
But we have to take in consideration too, how much of this is just for show?
Well, yeah, exactly. All right. This is the one I really wanted to get into. So, let me go back here. So here is a thing from Leading Report. Once again, I love Leading Report because I found a lot of their information to be factual. May be kind of lopsided, but at least it's factual. Breaking: Alabama, Arizona, Arkansas, Florida, Georgia, Idaho, Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky, Mississippi, Missouri, Montana, Nebraska, North Dakota, Ohio, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, South Carolina, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, Utah, Virginia, West Virginia have all banned or restricted Zuck bucks. So that's that Mark Zuckerberg money.
Right.
So, according to this, 25 states have banned Zuck bucks from Mark Zuckerberg. Of that 25, 5 of them are swing states. Those 25 states equal 263 electoral college votes. Think about that for a moment. That means Zuck bucks can no longer sway the outcome of elections in those states. That means only 7 electoral college votes needed from the states that have not been banned, that have not banned Zuck bucks yet. It has been proven that Zuck bucks swayed the outcome of elections in at least one state, and I put Wisconsin in parentheses there. Thank you, Justice Gableman, for exposing the corrupt scheme. Also coming from Wisconsin, their Secretary of State is being impeached from what I've seen. If Wisconsin does indeed impeach their Secretary of State, that means, in parentheses, if it goes how I think, they also could fall in line to ban Zuck bucks before the 2024 election cycle. If that happens, that makes up the 7-vote differential plus 3, making the total of 273 electoral votes, with only 270 needed to win. So, I mean, that's a big deal because Gableman, he really exposed that. What was that, the end of last year?
I believe that's when it was.
And how Mark Zuckerberg and his money played a big hand in it. So that, and there's more to this one too. Let's see here. Okay. So and Marianne Fisk brought up a good point last night. Of these states, Alabama, Missouri, Florida, West Virginia, Virginia, Iowa, Texas, Ohio, and Louisiana have all left the ERIC system. So if you guys don't know what the ERIC system is, it's an electronic registration information system for people to register to vote. And it's there to clean the voter rolls, but it hasn't been cleaning the voter rolls. And it's also George Soros funded. So right. That's a very good thing for these states to leave. And if you notice, all of these states, except for Louisiana, have banned Zuck bucks. So that's a pretty good start.
Yeah, when you talk politics, you're talking basically money.
Yes.
You know, you got the wealthy people, the Gateses and the Soros and, you know, on and on. You just keep, you know, when you look up like the wealthiest people in the world and how many billionaires, and I think there's actually some trillionaires now. You know, these people, they have so much influence, you know, as people. You know, if it's based on money, like how much a politician can get behind them, or whichever political party can get the most money, they can get the most advertising. They can, you know, they can persuade the vote any way they want to. You know.
I think I'm back.
Yeah.
You're back, Hog.
Oh yeah, the computer's trying to do a major update. And I'm like, no, you don't get to do that. You got to do that between 1 o'clock and 4 o'clock in the morning. And if you're not doing it between that time, you ain't messing with my computer. But man, did they just give me a heck of a time just get them to stop the updates. Wow.
They knew you was going live, huh?
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. It is annoying as all get out. Nothing. Okay, so I'm waiting on this thing to load, and I think I have your thing there. Okay. So I got your little short there. Is this something I'm going to get in trouble for?
The imminent delivery, I think Auntie sent that to you. It's
Okay.
where Amazon delivers and the guy shoots up his house, and he's one of those prepper dudes.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if you can get a copyright on that.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna put a banner up for it anyway, so that way then I can't get in too much trouble for it, because we're gonna give them credit for it. Absolutely, because that's what we do. There we go. Yeah, let's make it full screen.
Here's what's happening out here. Here's some images from the past 24 hours. This was the scene.
Okay, I do remember this, John. You're right. Yep, you did send it.
My name is Richard Winford James III. But my friends, they call me Reaper Rick. I'm a proud veteran, retired 1st Battalion, 23rd Marines. I'm a cold-blooded killer and a protector of the Second Amendment rights. Oh, yeah. Now, I've seen a lot of crazy things in my days. But this story I'm about to tell you, it's one of the craziest days of my life.
CQ, this is Squinty Joe to Reaper Rick. You copy?
That Squinty Joe sure is a hoot. Me and him go back many years.
Reaper Rick, come in. You there, brother?
I'm coming.
Seeing as how neither one of us trust the government none, we mostly...
You notice in the first 2 minutes, they're already talking about how they don't trust the government. Okay. we know this is going to be a funny one, right?
keep in contact through ham radio now. We even set ourselves up with our own frequency. You're on, K-Flat. This is Reaper Rick. What's going on there, brother? Everything good?
Yes, sir. Did you see the news?
Oh, yeah, man. Damn government's trying to keep that information from going public.
Yes, sir. I heard all that evidence was in that base, buried in a secret underground bunker built back in the 1950s. They say they got alien overlords down there where they've given them mind control technology that allows them to read our thoughts.
Wow, no kidding?
Yes, sir. You see, that's exactly why you gotta order one of these new devices I picked up from Toe Jam Joe's store. It's designed to block all government and alien scanners from stealing thoughts from your mind.
We're gonna get me one of those.
It's easy peasy, bro. So Toe Jam Joe, he went ahead and set himself up with one of them virtual stores on Spamazon.com. I know you got a primo account, so just jump online and pick yourself up. He calls it the Mind Scanner Gamer.
What did he call it? He called it Spamazon.
Yeah.
You notice. Okay. All right. Through a show of, I'm not going to say a show of hands. We'll say Hit 1 if you use Amazon more than one time a week. Hit a 1 if you use Amazon more than once a week. Put a 1 in chat. I want to see this real quick. This is going to be funny. And I do remember this video. Yes, I remember it. Oh, Dennis says absolutely not. Buffering. Oh, Patrick Kelly's a 0. Okay. Unknown Challengers is 0. Lisa's a nope. Mary Shay's is a nope. Angel Eyes, we got you 1. We got 1. Once in the last 12 years, Jerry Lee. Right on, Jerry. I prefer to go to the store. Jeremy doesn't do it. John McLaughlin, never. Breezy 1 or 2 times a month. Okay. Terry Store, only when I have to. 0 for never. Okay. All right. Okay. See, I have to use Amazon a lot because that's how I mostly have my dog food delivered. So it's I kind of have to. I prefer Chewy, but Chewy can be like they can give you 1 date, but not deliver for like 3 days longer. So okay. Brenda Richards, a nope. Clay B. All right, I'm gonna keep track of this as we go through these, and let's get back into this video.
Toe Jam Joe's. Anything you needed, he had it. And if he didn't have it, well, you didn't need it.
Mind Scanner Jemmer, averaging 3.5 stars.
Oh, I still remember the first time I laid eyes on her.
Oh, yeah. All right.
I knew I had to have her. Because it's better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it.
You are mine.
Your package has been confirmed.
Hey, thanks, bro. Just got mine ordered.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for shopping with Amazon Distribution.
Oh, God damn it, son of a bitch.
Now, I got a lot of crazy friends with all kinds of crazy stories. Government conspiracies, alien abductions. But this story I'm about to unfold just about takes the cake.
See, I heard Toe Jam right now, as we speak, is working on something to protect your DNA. You know, they be cloning politicians. These alien overlords, they got to our politicians, our CEOs, and all the bigwigs that control our infrastructure. We're in the last days, my friend. Doomsday prepping is the way to go.
This right here, this is one of many ammo caches I have hidden around my land. You just never know when the government's going to get a little handsy.
I swear the apocalypse is coming any day now. All them city slickers gonna be pissing themselves when the world goes to shit.
Damn it, Squints. Now I gotta take a piss.
Well, don't get in piss on your boots now.
And that's right about when things started getting just a little bit funny. Now out here in the country, we're no strangers to a little wind. But this storm brewing up from the east, it's like nothing I'd seen in years. I remember looking up in the sky, and them clouds, they just looked angry. Damn near blew me right away.
God damn it. Son of a bitch.
That's where that old adage of don't piss in the wind comes in. I'm just trying to pause it every couple of minutes here so that way we don't get in no trouble for it. So
This is
And it was unreal. That storm moved in less than a minute, swallowed up my whole land. Meanwhile, I'm limping around with a soggy right boot. But I guess that's just how it goes sometimes.
Can't time something.
The weather forecast for Adams County consists of warm temperatures this afternoon with mostly clear skies.
Clear skies my ass.
Winds 2 miles per hour out of the southwest.
Hey, Squinty, you getting any weather by you? Squinty.
Over 6 to 8 thunderstorms.
What the hell is wrong with this damn thing? What the hell? What in the hell was that about?
Who is it? Identify yourself.
What the? Whoa! Declan! Come on.
What the hell are you? What do you want?
Oh, God.
Squid, come in. They found me. I don't know how, but they found me. Come in. I need some backup. God damn it.
Holy sweet mother of God.
Okay, guys, you know that there are going to be people who are going to react like this. That's what's crazy about this, and you know I'm right, John. There's going to be people who.
That's why I think, it's kind of appropriate for the time,
Yeah, and looking up at that sky now. Okay, so automatically people are going to be thinking aliens, 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 and there's going to be people who are going to react like that. Maggie O'Leary says Jehovah's Witness. Oh, that's good. It's the only way I can that people on YouTube can see what your comments are, guys. I got to throw them up there on the screen. All right, here.
These goddamn alien overlords. Die, you devil! Shit! Squinty, it's trying to scan my brain. I see you, little bastard. Shit. Ah! What the hell? Come on, Reaper. Come and get me, demon! I hear you out there, you alien asshole! Hey! Squiddy, can you hear me? If you can hear me, I can't kill this damn thing. Oh, shit. All right, you alien scum. Come on. You want a piece of me? Bring it on! Oh, shit.
Now I must have fired 1,000 rounds at that little son of a bitch.
Yeah, why do you need more than 8 rounds?
He's going to show you.
Oh, look.
No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't hit him. Now, I like to consider myself a pretty good shot. I can take the wings off a fly at 90 yards. I was starting to think Toe Jam Joe was running them cheap rounds on me again. You know, I was damn near ready to give up. But old Reaper Rick had one more trick up his sleeve.
You better run and hide now, you son of a bitch. What the hell? Oh shit! All right, you win. But you ain't taking me alive.
Facial recognition has been authorized. Your package has been confirmed. Thank you for shopping with Amazon Distribution. We greatly appreciate your business.
It couldn't be.
You are mine.
Please take the online survey sent to your registered email and leave a comment on how you like our new drone delivery program. Your feedback is important to us. Have a nice day.
Trust me, if there was one thing they didn't want, it would be my feedback. Well, I felt like a horse's ass. A damn delivery drone. Ain't that about a bitch? But like I said earlier, that's just how it goes sometimes.
Thank you. This is going to go to Reaper Rick. Rick, you there, brother?
Bro.
Subscribe to Dust for new sci-fi every week.
Oh, that was good. That was good. Even watching it for a second time. Yep, it's it's funny. You know, when you. I wonder if he can have a new house delivered in the same day, and how that would turn out.
He probably won't order from whatever that was called.
Toe Jam Joe's.
Yeah.
Oh Lord, it's you got to admit though, these guys are coming out with some pretty funny stuff. It's it's a great way to get a good laugh first thing in the morning. So, but yeah.
Everybody needs a good laugh once in a while.
Oh,
And,
you're so not kidding. You're so
and,
not kidding.
and like in this here, I mean, sometimes do we overreact? Um, and sometimes, yeah, maybe we are. We're dealing with a lot of things like technology and different things.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's see. Let me see if I can pull my signal back up again because I gotta share a member of the family with you guys that is just losing his flipping mind. Let's see. Is it gonna come up? Oh, okay. Come on. Oh yeah, looks like it's gonna be there. Okay, so newest member of the family. Well, not necessarily the newest, but yeah.
One thing I haven't
You guys
gone
can't see
over or posted anywhere yet. So I dug into a couple of those things from Ingersoll, Lockwood.
Oh yeah, yeah,
One of them being the Federal Register Executive Order 13848.
yeah.
I want to read you something real quick, and then the other thing is Title 50 U.S. Code. Okay, and this is really gonna, if you think about what's going on. So I hereby find that unrestricted immigrant and non-immigrant entry into the United States of aliens whose property and interests in property are blocked pursuant to this order would be determined to the interests of the United States, and I hereby suspend entry into the United States as immigrants or non-immigrants of such persons. Such persons shall be treated as persons covered under Section 1, Proclamation 8693 of July 24, 2011, suspension of entry of aliens subject to United Nations Security Council travel bans and international emergency economic power and sanctions. Any transaction that evades or avoids for the purpose of evading or avoiding causes a violation of or attempts to violate any of the prohibitions set forth in this order is prohibited. Any conspiracy formed to violate any of the prohibitions set forth in this order is prohibited. So I wanted to read you that real quick. And then if you think about what is going on with one of the Trump trials, I want to say it's in DC, okay, where Trump has petitioned the court to basically introduce classified information. Now, this goes along with Executive Order 13848 and an earlier part of it. I only read you part of the excerpt that I thought was really interesting. So, under C, classified information, in any judicial review of a determination made under this section, if the determination was based on classified information as defined in Section 1A of the Classified Information Procedures Act, such information may be submitted to reviewing court ex parte and in camera. This subsection does not confer or imply any right to judicial review. So that was covered, that part. Let me go back up to it. Let's see here. Right here, if any foreign interference involved activities targeting the infrastructure of or pertaining to a political organization, campaign, or candidate, the extent to which activities material affected the security or integrity of that infrastructure, including by unauthorized access, disclosure, or threatened disclosure of alteration or falsification of information or data. And that's where that comes into. But this 13848, if you read through the whole thing, oh my God, it's a lot. It's a lot.
You see what I have playing while you're reading that?
Yeah.
Everybody meet George. So I was telling you, I have a homeless couple that are living up in the camper up on the hill, and one of the puppies decided to attach itself to Bubba, the guy who's living up there in the camper, and his name is George.
He likes playing in the water.
Oh, he's a nutcase. He is a total fruitcake nutcase, whatever you want to call him. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, where it comes to that 13848, I have to see where they're going to start confiscating things and see people start to complain about things being confiscated from them before I'll believe that they're that things are really, really happening with it. I mean, I know it's there, but we have to we have to start seeing things.
I think we are, though. And,
yeah,
and nobody knows it.
Yeah, well, no, I agree with you on that part, but I mean, it's in order to get the masses to understand what we know is going on, they have to start seeing some of this, and that would be a good way, with the removal of some of these guys' finances, would be a very beneficial, would be a very, very beneficial way to get this ball rolling, to get people on the alert side of watching for more and more activity in regards to it. We know the executive order is there. We've shared it, off and on for going on 4 years now. 3 years, something like that. I don't even know how long now. I mean, it's been when was that written? 20 when? 2018?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's great. 6 years.
Well, and here's the thing of it. This is one of the executive orders that were not rescinded as soon as the potato took office. So, and what I also find interesting is it specifically talks about illegal immigrants in that executive order and conspiring to get those immigrants in. So I found that really, really interesting. And the reason I say I think we're already seeing it, we just haven't put the puzzle pieces together yet, is because of the bank closures.
Yeah.
If you look at the bank closures, those bank closures have, in essence, financed everything for the dirty politicians. So I think we are seeing it, but I think they're having to move with it at a snail's pace.
Yeah. Well, think about it like this. Okay. So last night I showed those interviews with Sarah Adams on Sean Ryan, and one of the comments that she made is that what people are forgetting right off the bat is, what's the first thing that they receive when they get to the country? A phone. They get a phone. So you know what city they're going to. You know what you know what they're basically you're able to track them at least to that city. And most of these people are not going to turn around and trash that phone and get another one, because that 2,200 to okay. So 2,200 is for a single individual. Okay. For a family, a mother, father, child, okay, they're getting around 3,700. Okay, family of 5 is getting somewhere around 4,800 to 5,200 a month. That's taxpayer dollars right there.
Yes.
Okay, you know, but those phones, that's that's going to be, it's going to be extremely integral. Because basically the first phone call that they make is generally back home. If that call is tracked, then it doesn't matter if they get rid of their phone or not. The next time that number or that person is contacted, that's outside of the United States, that call is going to be uh, tracked and traced, and they'll have the new phone number. You know, so with the technology that we have today, that's going to be super easy to super easy to do. Um, so I got a video here, and this is put out by the Christian Patriot News. I'm going to play this. This is I'm not sure. It's about an hour and 30 minutes long, but we're going to stop it quite a few times as we go through it. And he takes in, he puts a whole bunch of clips together, different things that Trump has said, things like that. He talks about it a little bit. And it's I want to do opinions as we're going through this, but I'm going to go ahead and start this, and then as we go through this, if you guys got comments to make, then just shoot me a message in the private to pause it, or just hop on the mic. I'll try and do it so that that I'm on that I'm on top of it. But I got to run to the bathroom real quick while this gets started, though. And I'll be right back. But yeah, let's get into this, and then we'll go from there. And I just started following this guy not too long ago, maybe 3 weeks ago. I started following him because he's putting together some good content, and I thought that it would be interesting. Oh, okay. Go load the dish. Okay. Slow Country had to hop down. He had to load the dishwasher and then go pick up the kiddos. So he'll probably be back with us in a little bit. But let's go ahead and get this started.
And Hillary's sort of gone now. So, and we have, I know what you mean. What they have done, what these people have done to our country.
Hillary's sort of
gone now. So, and we have, for 7 years, you and I have been fighting side by side to rescue our nation from the evil and sinister forces who hate it and want to destroy it. Now we're approaching the most critical battle of our lives. Exactly 1 year from tomorrow. 1 year, we're getting there. But 1 year is a long time with the kind of destruction these people can do. They're grossly incompetent. You'll vote in the most important election in the history of our country. I believe that. I used to say 2016 was the most, and I meant it at the time, but this is maybe far more important because our country is failing. We're a nation that's failing, but we're going to finish the job we started. We did some job, and we're going to finish that job. We're going to finish that job. And crooked Joe Biden's banana republic ends on November 5th, 2024. It's a banana republic. We will totally obliterate the rest of the deep state. We're going to obliterate it. Back fast. They're going to come back fast because ours was natural. Theirs is unnatural. We slashed approval times for pipelines and other energy infrastructure to bring it down from 10 years to less than 2 years, and we were going to get it down to about 1 year before we got before we had a pause. You know the word pause? We have a pause. We have a little pause in here, Wesley. It's a 4-year pause, and it taught us how bad things can get. And that's why we're hotter today as a movement. It's the hottest movement in the history of our country, by the way, by far. But we're a hotter movement today than we were 4 years ago. I opened Anwar. The other day, some people thought it was an incredible term. They never heard of it. I called this 4-year period. It's a 4-year period when it's up. I called it a pause. It's a pause. And we've learned from the pause. We've learned that all of these things that they have don't work. You know, of somebody, and they get the Justice Department on you, and they said, he spoke badly about the election. The election was rigged. I mean, he spoke, and there's so much evidence. We're going to show you things that nobody believed, but it was a rigged election. But so they asked Ron DeSanctimonious, and he said,
we have, as I pointed out in my papers, numerous references to the election being lost by Donald Trump. In fact, in the introduction, the state says that not only did Trump lose Georgia, but he and the other defendants charged refused to accept that Trump lost. Well, what happens if we show that Trump won? And there's three things that could happen. Number one, if Trump won, there are no false statements. The indictment goes away.
we won in the last time 50 states. Think of it, 50 states. We won every state. We then did great in the election. We got 12 million more votes or so, 12 million more votes than we got the first time. I was told.
Frustrated across the board. 76% of adults in this poll say the country is headed in the wrong direction. Only 23%, less than a quarter of the country, say that we're headed on the right track. And the issues that are animating voters' frustration, it's almost unspeakably vast and broad. Economy, 74% of Americans say it's very important to them personally. 69% say the same about inflation. Those are issues in our poll that tend to favor Republicans. Voters say they trust Republicans more than Democrats on those issues.
Number of Americans who think that things are going badly in the country today has hit its high for the year. So you might expect any incumbent to be down as Biden is. But then look at these positive views of what people think will happen for them financially if Donald Trump wins. Way more voters think they'd be better off. Biden, for his part, hasn't fully convinced as many Democrats that he'd help them as the middle class still reels from
In a bold move, the Biden administration has prevented a recession by changing the definition of the word recession. We have a few of Washington's top political strategists here to discuss the decision.
This was a brilliant move, and it's opened up many possibilities for Biden. In fact, it's being rumored that his administration now plans on balancing the budget by changing the definition of the word deficit.
That's absolutely right. Inflation, unemployment, shortages, these are all very serious problems that the American people are depending on the Biden administration to change the definitions of.
Exactly. Look, right now, Americans need real leadership. Someone who's going to take a stand and tell them everything's fine. Stop worrying about it. You sound crazy.
What about the Americans who say we can't trust a president to change the meanings of words he can't pronounce?
Well, while they're updating definitions, the Biden administration has also been adding a very generous list of additional accepted pronunciations for most of these words. So they've eliminated his gaffing problem as well.
Impressive.
That's right. And along with that, for the utterances he's made that we can't quite make out, the Biden administration is also issuing a list of new words. Pressure, Badicaf care, as in the foothills of the Himalayas. These are no longer gaffes. They're real words said by our real president.
Incredible. After the break, Biden ruled competent after medical examiners changed the definition of dementia.
Protect your family's hard-earned savings from Bidenflation and the decreasing value of the U.S. dollar. The Fed's fiat currency is monopoly money. Top experts agree gold and silver will both break all-time highs as the dollar continues to free fall. Call Jack and his team at the Patriot Gold Group today, where your IRA or 401k can be in physical gold and silver, and you may be eligible for the No Fee for Life IRA on qualifying rollovers. Call 844-402-0988 for a free investor guide today, or use the first link in the description box below this video. Tell them Christian sent you and get best-in-class service from Patriots protecting Patriots. Patriot Gold Group is a Consumer Affairs top-rated gold IRA dealer 6 years in a row. And remember, when you support Christian Patriot News advertisers, you're supporting me and my beautiful wife and our work as digital soldiers sharing truth far and wide.
Sanctimonious at 11. And Bird Brain at 6. And we're demolishing crooked Joe Biden and the general by 10 points, 11 points. How about ABC Washington Post? They came out with a poll a week and a half ago that Trump is leading by 9, Then they said, whoops, we made a mistake. It's actually 10. Whoops, we made a mistake. It's actually 11. They say it must be an outlier. So they spent $1 million on a poll. And when the result came out, they said, oh, it must be a mistake. It's not a mistake. You go to every house, even coming here, we're passing houses. Every house has a Trump sign, Trump 2024. What we have to be careful of is the vote counters. You know, the vote counters are far more important than the candidate. Isn't that sad that we would have to say that? But the vote counters are far more important than the candidate, what they do and how they do it. And we have to be very, very careful. People say to me so often, you know, are you sure that's going to be good? We have the best people in it, but these are really crooked people. They cheat, and they cheat like hell. And you know what? If they didn't, they couldn't win. Look, open borders, high taxes, weak, woke military. I mean, what they did to our military, but our military is incredible. The strength of our military. You know, we defeated ISIS. We took out ISIS 100%. Soleimani, al-Baghdadi, the job we did, our military is incredible. But we have to be vigilant. We have to be strong. And we can't let these people push us around when it comes to election time, because we have all the votes we need. I tell people when we put them on, don't help me with the votes. We have the votes. Help me with, it used to be election day. Now I call it election period. We have 62 days in some case, 62 days where they have it 2 months before. You can vote 2 months before. And in case you need more time after the election is over, you get 2 weeks extra. You don't even know it's so horrible what they're doing. We should have all paper ballots, voter ID, and same-day voting. Mail-in ballots. Mail-in ballots are a disaster. They're a disaster. California sends out 36 mail-in ballots. They go all over the place. Some people get 6. Some people get 8. And many people, Republicans, I don't think do it much, but many people, they take those ballots and they send them all back in. But you look at some of these mail-ins, you know, Jimmy Carter, who, by the way, is the happiest man around today, because he is no longer considered a bad precedent. In fact, compared to crooked Joe Biden, I probably think he's considered one of the most brilliant people on earth. He's a happy man, which is good. But, you know, he had a commission with some other prominent senators, and they came to one conclusion: you can't do mail-in ballots. France gave it up because it was very corrupt, and they went in their last election. They had 36 million votes, all done in one day, strong voter ID. They had very strong identification, and they had a winner and they had a loser. At 10 o'clock in the evening, everyone went home. The winner was happy. The loser was unhappy. There were no disputes. Same day voting, paper ballots. You know, they make a special paper that's almost impossible to forge. It's great. Watermark. Paper ballots and voter ID. It's so good, and it's so easy, and you save a lot of money. It is time for the Republican establishment to stop wasting time and money trying to push weak rhinos and never Trumpers that nobody wants on the ballot.
So it really is interesting to see like the onion layer peeled back here. So this is how it works, right? So if you're a criminal, you just pay off the politicians and it all goes away. There's photos of scam, bankrupt, fraud with Maxine Waters, right? Mad Maxine. Like she's chair of the Financial Services Committee. Like that's the photo. That's the only photo you need, right, to see how it all works. All right, you just pay these people off and you get out of jail. This is the same thing that it works for, the same way it works for Hunter Biden. And now we are seeing exposed how voter fraud works in Connecticut with the drop boxes. And in this small microcosm, you're actually seeing it. And Elon Musk is signal boosting this, which I think is so massive. Tell me, what are the ramifications of someone like Elon Musk, who I consider the most powerful man in the world, signal boosting this story from yesterday?
Yeah, well, for just the first part, I'd like to reflect on the fact that 1 year ago, what he's posting probably would have been a bannable offense. I mean, he actually took control of the company about a year ago, but there were still election integrity policies or whatever. You get the classic label and everything. Just like this would have got you thrown off the platform a year ago, and now the owner of the platform is sharing this. So just, the paradigm shift just right there is insane. And then as far as the ramifications, already the Biden administration has come after him like starting a year ago because of the Twitter files. So he's kind of still exposing this stuff, but I think his response to this, and he's getting more politically involved, is he should become kind of not even right wing George Soros, but just the George Soros of common sense, I would say, as far as funding local elections. Because the thing is, these things aren't even right wing, like his viewpoints. Like he posted that meme originally. He's like, me, and it's the left, and the left was moving left, and by default, he seems far right because he holds more centrist views, and they're moving farther left. So it's like, he wants to have simple common sense policies, and he should funnel his money into elections. If they're going to play like that, Democrats are, he should do the same. And he should funnel money into local elections. If as long as everything's legal and everything, that's what he should be doing, in my opinion. Obviously I can't really tell him what to do with his money, but he's made the investment in Twitter and now X, because of the public good that it served. And this right here is a story that's getting out there because of the purchase he made. So if he'd like to continue that type of activism, I mean, his money would actually change, the shift of elections in, this upcoming election. But yeah, as far as ramifications, the Biden administration is already going after him. So I don't know how much more they can do. The lawsuits over him not hiring illegal aliens when, he's dealing with weaponry and rockets. It's like, it's literally the law. And whatever else they're going after him for, FTC, the DOJ, they're hitting him with everything for building a glass house supposedly or whatever. It makes no sense, but I mean, I feel like he'll come out okay in the end.
I mean,
now, Judge Clark issued a 37-page ruling Wednesday saying that due to the video that showed Wanda Jeter Pataki and others making numerous ballot drops that were in violation of state law, and the numbers of absentee ballots that did not have the appropriate stamps required by state law, was enough to question the outcome of the primary election. Now, aside from the civil lawsuit, the state's Election Enforcement Commission is also investigating the allegations. Mayor Joe Ganim, who denies any involvement, won the primary by 251 votes through absentee ballots. Today's ruling now sets into motion an unprecedented chain of events. The city of Bridgeport and both campaigns and the Secretary of the State's office has 10 days to agree and set a date for the new primary. Now, just moments ago, the Secretary of the State, Stephanie Thomas, released a statement saying that she is pleased that Judge Clark is protecting the integrity of our elections by ordering a new primary election, going on to say that she will work to make sure that that new date is set within 10 days. Although Bridgeport's general election is currently scheduled for next Tuesday, where incumbent Mayor Joe Ganim will appear as the Democratic candidate and John Gomes will appear as the independent candidate for mayor. So still some questions surrounding that as well. But
so the majority of my family lives in Connecticut, and I have to say, Connecticut has always been a Democratic leaning city or state. Always. It's never been never been clearer. But I'm looking at this knowing the Democratic control that is on that state, and this coming out is definitely waking up a whole lot of people there in that state, as to the fraud that is real. It's it's kind of nuts, but yeah.
John Gomes reacting to today's ruling, calling it, quote, a victory for the people of Bridgeport. Our campaign always believed that the integrity of our democratic process must be upheld, and Superior Court Judge William Clark agreed. We also reached out to Mayor Ganim's office for comment on today's ruling. We have yet to hear back.
I mean, I can't imagine the pressure that's going to come to bear on this company, X, now over the next year. I mean, it's going to be without precedent, I think.
Do you think Elon could be, I mean, there could be like even an assassination attempt on him or something?
I would never speculate about something like that, but I just think there's
Just
like, you
guess.
can't,
You're a guy at a bar. What are you going to say? You know,
I think there's going to be, I would have a food taster. I mean, I think look, the one thing look, if you're doing a great job at something, if you're a great father, great husband, great employer, great comedian, you're not too worried because you know you're doing a good job. But if you're doing a bad job and the only beneficiary of your work is you and everyone else is getting screwed and they can't even afford to fill up their truck or buy groceries and you're still getting rich, you're very worried. Dictators are always worried about their own security. Okay. So what's the biggest threat to you? The biggest threat is someone calling you out. And so you have to shut down any medium where that could possibly happen. So obviously Facebook is completely controlled. Google is completely controlled. TikTok, foreign-owned company, God knows what their agenda is. So really the only big platform that's pretty not controlled with apparently some limits, but in general, it's not controlled. It's free speech. It's X.
I agree.
So like, there's a lot at stake. Legitimate leaders don't worry about this. If I'm a legitimate leader, if I'm a good father, and one of my kids is like, I want to smoke weed at the breakfast table, you're like, you can't. Sorry. Because I make the rules, no weed at the breakfast table. I'm not worried about saying that because I think I'm a pretty good father and I think my kids think I'm a pretty good father. But if I'm a terrible father who's abusing my kids, I can't let them say anything because the authorities might find out. Like I could get punished for what they know. And that is the same attitude that every dictator has. That's why all dictators take the guns and impose censorship is the first thing they do. They don't want to throw you in prison. It's expensive. It's difficult. Right. They don't want to execute you. They just want you to shut up and be obedient. And Elon Musk, in buying this platform and opening it up to all positions, even unpopular ones, is the single greatest threat to their hegemony, to their control. And, I'm not predicting their response, but I mean, it's going to be intense, super intense.
Good afternoon, Mr. Patel.
Hello, sir.
I want to start with the day, January 6th. And you saw in the January 6th report, the committee found that President Trump knew the attack was underway that evening.
Well, that's what the committee found, but that doesn't mean that's what I said.
Now, you remember the Vanity Fair article? Do you see that?
I see it.
You have no basis to dispute that, do you, sir?
Nor confirm it.
What does it say here?
So you're specifically pointing to a line of questioning about the article. I specifically stated at least 5 other times in that deposition that the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff was present along with the Secretary of Defense, the Chief of Staff of the President of the United States, myself, and White House counsel, and others.
Well, you know that the DC National Guard doesn't have 10 to 20,000 troops.
Right. Thank you for making my point.
You've seen no public documentation that's out and available to the public that says 10 to 20,000 troops were authorized.
When you say documentation, by whom?
By anyone.
I've seen lots of media articles saying that is exactly what happened.
Do you have any of those articles on you, sir?
No, but if you got the internet, we can look it up.
What's your current job for President Trump?
I'm a senior advisor for national security and defense.
Now, you've written a few books, haven't you?
A children's book and a new book, yes.
Trump is the King, King Donald?
Yeah, takes place in medieval times. It's about Russiagate for kids.
And the first book, the villain is Hillary Clinton?
Yep.
And you sell swag on that site?
I do for charitable givings.
I think you sell OMB or Orange Man Bad swag there.
Yeah, when you say swag, merchandise.
Orange Man Bad refers to liberals who don't like President Trump, right?
I think that's one way. Well, you can tell me. I don't know.
And you wrote another book called Government Gangsters, is that right?
I did.
And Government Gangsters is about your view that there's a cabal or deep state out there that is trying to ruin our country?
It's not my view. In the book, it's outlined per their action.
And you write the book about the deep state, right?
In part.
Is this proceeding part of the deep state?
No, it's a law enforcement proceeding.
Am I part of the deep state?
I don't know. I don't really know you.
Is the judge part of the deep state?
I think the judge is beyond reproach, but if you want to get into it, we can.
Christopher Wray is one of the members of the deep state.
I think Christopher Wray is one of the members as a director of the FBI that we've caught lying. So yes, in part.
Mr. Patel, thank you for your testimony today. You're released.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Now, you notice that he said that this judge is beyond reproach, meaning that he knows that this judgment or this judge is an honest judge. Yeah, we'll see. Benjamin, are you saying the dude looks like a lady?
I have two major updates coming out of Washington, D.C. that both involve lies surrounding the January 6th Capitol breach. Stephen DeAntuno, who used to be the head of the Detroit FBI and participated in trying to kidnap Governor Gretchen Whitmer, was moved over to the Washington, D.C. FBI office before the January 6th situation. He has put out an internal memo within the FBI saying that there were so many FBI operatives and informants in the Trump crowd on January 6th that we've lost track of the number. He then is asking people to come forward and identify themselves so that they can get a head count. On top of that, he admitted that the FBI informants were out of control. They believed that they were supposed to incite riot and violence and go into the Capitol. So there are FBI people that went into the Capitol and went with the flow of the energy that day in order to get more people to infiltrate the Capitol. On top of that, Jim Jordan has subpoenaed FBI Director Christopher Wray and said, listen, you guys have been lying, you've been misdirecting us, and you've been purposely not answering these questions. And now we have in writing from top FBI officials that you were infiltrating the January 6th crowds, and you've now been subpoenaed to testify before our committee. On top of that, this morning, the former Capitol Police Chief, Stephen Sund, came forward and said that the National Guard was offered, 10,000 National Guards were offered from President Donald Trump. He also said that Nancy Pelosi has been lying and untruthful about many of the January 6 details, including the fact that they spoke 3 times about Capitol security and the breach, and she lied about all 3 times. Now, Tucker Carlson tried to expose this, but nobody from the center or left-leaning media would cover it. They said it was conspiracy theory, and now it's being proven to be absolutely true. So people are now saying that former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi must be subpoenaed and brought in to testify against these allegations. But we're learning so much about the January 6th situation and just how much the FBI was involved that day.
I think we were going to start with President Trump. Are they ready to call their first witness?
Yes, we would call Kasha Patel. To your knowledge, did any senior DOJ leader ever state in words or substance that they felt they needed more or different authorization from President Trump before they could deploy National Guard troops to keep the peace on January 6th?
No.
So why didn't we have 10,000 National Guard troops suited up and armed guarding the Capitol on the morning of January 6th?
There's a multitude of reasons, but namely, step 1 was a commander-in-chief's authorization, which we had. Step 2 was a request by the governing body, the local governing body. It's the mayor, since it's Washington, D.C., and or the heads of the Capitol Police Bureau.
And Mr. Patel, I would ask you if you recognize this letter.
I do. It's the letter I referenced from Mayor Bowser, I believe on January 5th, to the Department of Defense, where she specifically stated we would not be requesting any additional National Guards men and women. And that was her letter to us. That was the declination of a request. And so we were on standby.
Did you testify before the January 6th Select Committee?
I did.
Were you questioned in a public hearing?
No, they declined my request for a public hearing.
Was your testimony public when given?
No.
Did you tell them what you've told us today about the president and the deployment of National Guard troops?
I believe so.
Did the committee ever call you to testify about those issues in public session?
No.
Some of the senior officials, people like Kash Patel, apparently not available.
We felt it appropriate that the transcript should be made public at some point. And after months-long negotiations, they refused to do so and publish their final report. And to my memory, it had been excluded. I think on the eve of the dissolution of the committee, my transcript was the last one released.
I have no further questions, sir. Please, sir. Thank you very much.
You called their bluff. And what's shocking to me, because I didn't even really understand this, is that you gave this testimony. Liz Cheney and Kinzinger and you guys, he gave this testimony essentially to J6 and they buried it.
Some of the senior officials, people like Kash Patel, apparently not available.
Point blank. Is your testimony basically one of the key reasons that Jack Smith can't and won't indict President Trump for insurrection?
You know, I believe so. It's the truth. If anyone could have charged President Trump in this direction, this special counsel, Jack Smith, would have done it.
Asking a simple question. Have you ever noticed how the Marxist left has a curious habit of accusing everyone else of doing exactly what they are doing themselves? They claim to care about the rule of law while they leave our borders wide open and openly support politicized justice against conservatives. They claim to care about preserving democracy while Democrats center their 2024 strategy around jailing their top political opponent. They claim to care about lifting up our most vulnerable communities while pushing radical pro-crime policies that leave cities less safe, less secure, and more violent. And then, eventually, when these corrupt radicals get proven wrong and exposed time and time again, they want to either punish us for calling them out or lecture us about the need to just forgive and forget while pretending that all the damage they've done never even happened in the first place. Well, we saw it with Russiagate. When FBI bad actors like James Comey tried to claim under oath that the Steele dossier and the illegal spying was really just one big misunderstanding. We saw it with BLM and Abolish the Police, where prominent Democrats like Nancy Pelosi tried to claim months later that they never made excuses for violent rioting. And now we're even seeing it with public health policy, where leftists who locked us down and tried to destroy our lives now just want us to show a, quote, little grace. Just listen to this moment from lockdown lunatic NYU professor Scott Galloway on Bill Maher.
I was on the board of my kid's school during COVID. I wanted a harsher lockdown policy, and in retrospect, I was wrong. We were all operating with imperfect information, and we were doing our best. Let's learn from it. Let's hold each other accountable, but let's bring a little bit of grace and forgiveness in the shit show that was COVID.
Sorry we closed your churches, forced you out of business, and spurred unprecedented economic destruction. But let's just move on. BLM can cause billions in damage throughout an entire summer, destroying Black-owned businesses in the name of equality. Antifa can lock down parts of major cities and attempt to burn federal property whenever they want. A congressman, Jamal Bowman, pulled a fire alarm with the full intention of disrupting an official proceeding, and rather than getting locked in solitary confinement, he gets to keep his cushy job in Congress. When recently asked about it, here is what he said.
Plead guilty to knowingly pulling that fire alarm. When you said that you didn't know it, initially you told all of us you didn't know there's a fire alarm. Why are we still talking about this, man?
They tell us to just forget all of that. And while Democrats shout that we can never forget what happened on January 6th, it is all part of the left's feigned political outrage cycle and the desire to downplay their destruction while rewriting history about everyone else's political behavior. It's because the entrenched political swamp is on an obsessive mission to declare Donald Trump and the MAGA movement the ultimate existential threat to the republic, when in reality, it is the exact opposite. Look at your screen. This map shows every state in which court cases were brought to disqualify Donald Trump from appearing on the ballot in 2024. Now, These Democrat activists are actually attempting to argue that Donald Trump can't run for office under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment of the Constitution, which reads, "No person may hold office who has engaged in insurrection or rebellion." Of course, this fails on both the facts and the law. Not only is it a complete misreading of the 14th Amendment, but Donald Trump never engaged in any sort of insurrection. And furthermore, not one single person involved in any January 6th proceeding has been charged, let alone convicted of inciting an insurrection. But of course, we all know what this is really about. Democrats and liberal activists know they cannot beat Donald Trump at the ballot box, so they're throwing out every dirty trick in the book to try and stop him. And get this. In the Colorado case, the judge, Sarah Wallace, refused to recuse herself after Donald Trump filed a motion over a financial donation she made to a group called the Colorado Turnout Project, which is a PAC formed to oppose Republicans who refuse to condemn January 6th. It's a blatant conflict of interest. We see it time and time again with the sham legal cases thrown at Donald Trump. Judge Chutkan oversees Trump's January 6th case brought by Jack Smith, is an Obama appointee who worked at the same law firm as Hunter Biden. Fannie Willis, the DA who brought the bogus election interference case against President Trump, is an openly partisan far-left Democrat representing deep blue Atlanta. The same goes for Alvin Bragg in New York, who hired an ex-Biden DOJ official to lead the case. And of course, the judge on the bench for the New York AG civil fraud circus case has deep ties to prominent Democrats and has used gag order after gag order to attack the First Amendment and to even threaten Donald Trump with jail. When it comes to Donald Trump,
check out this graph. The dark blue line represents the decreasing value of the US dollar. The gold line represents the increasing value of gold. The dollar has lost 98.2% of its purchasing power since 1900. Gold has increased 53.9 times in value during that time. Protect your hard-earned savings by investing in gold and silver. Call the Patriot Gold Group today before it's too late. Or your IRA or 401k can be in physical gold and silver, and you may be eligible for the no fee for life IRA and qualifying rollovers. Call 844-402-0988 for a free investor guide today, or use the first link in the description box below this video. Tell them Christian Patriot News referred you, and they'll take terrific care of you. Patriot Gold Group is a Consumer Affairs top-rated gold IRA dealer 6 years in a row.
My son has not made money in terms of this thing about, what are you talking about? China.
The latest revelations in the House Oversight Committee investigation into Biden family business dealings involves 2 checks that landed in Joe Biden's personal bank account. One was for $40,000, the other $200,000.
We've proven the family had over 20 shell companies. We had proven they've had all these bank accounts. Now we have enough bank accounts in, Sean, where we can actually trace the money back to the source.
According to the committee's latest bank records memo, the first check was written to Joe Biden on September the 3rd, 2017, after a series of complicated financial transactions. The memo alleges that earlier that same year, Hunter Biden and his business associates forged a venture with CEFC, an energy company with connections to the Chinese government, which obliged it to contribute a $10 million capital payment. When the money didn't arrive, Hunter, on July 30th, reportedly sent a WhatsApp message to CEFC associate Raymond Zhao, which in part reads, "I am sitting here with my father, and we would like to understand why the commitment made has not been fulfilled."
How involved were you in your son's Chinese shakedown text message? Were you sitting there? Were you involved?
No, I wasn't. I don't know.
Were you?
No.
The WhatsApp message continued with a warning from Hunter. "I will make certain that between the man sitting next to me and every person he knows and my ability to forever hold a grudge, that you will regret not following my direction." It looked to have worked.
First, Northern International Capital, a Chinese company associated with CEFC, wired $5 million to Hudson West 3, a joint venture established by Hunter Biden and a CEFC associate.
Remember, CEFC is the energy company with connections to the Chinese government.
Then Hudson West 3 sent $400,000 to an entity owned and controlled by Hunter Biden.
That was called a Wasco PC.
Next, Hunter Biden wired $150,000 to Lion Hall Group, a company owned by James and Sarah Biden.
James is Joe Biden's brother. Sarah is James's wife.
Sarah Biden then withdrew $50,000 in cash from Lion Hall Group. Later the same day, she deposited it into her and James Biden's personal checking account.
So where does Joe Biden figure in all this?
A few days later, Sarah Biden cut a check to Joe Biden for $40,000.
$40,000 is 10% of that original $400,000 transfer payment, and a percentage that may sound familiar as a claim by a former Hunter business associate that a piece of the CEFC was earmarked for Joe Biden.
On May 13, 2017, I received an email concerning allocation of equity, which says 10% held by H for the big guy. In that email, there's no question that H stands for Hunter, big guy for his father, Joe Biden.
So what do Biden defenders say that the $40,000 was for?
The memo line of the check said loan repayment.
Which may well be true.
I've never spoken to my son about his overseas business dealings.
The second check to Mr. Biden, again from James and Sarah Biden, was for $200,000. According to House Oversight, in 2018, James Biden received $600,000 in loans from a rural hospital operator called AmeriCorps, which was struggling financially. Company bankruptcy documents say James Biden received these loans based upon representations that his last name, Biden, could open doors, and that he could obtain a large investment from the Middle East based on his political connections.
On March 1st, 2018, AmeriCorps wired a $200,000 loan into James and Sarah Biden's personal bank account, not their business bank account. And then on the very same day, James Biden wrote a $200,000 check from this same personal bank account to Joe Biden.
Again, the check memo line said that this was a loan repayment, which it may well have been. But the fact remains that the White House has already changed its response regarding the president's business relationship with his son.
The president was never in business with his son.
And now it's changed again. Mr. Biden did not profit from his family members' business ventures, reads ranking oversight Democrat Jamie Raskin's statement. With James Comer's latest bank memo, questions about the Biden family's business dealings are mounting.
The bank records don't end here. There's more to come.
Well, of course, if it hadn't been for Ronald Reagan, I never would have met Donald Trump. So I met Donald Trump in 1979. He had an encyclopedic knowledge of politics as an observer. Now, he wasn't yet a politician. He wasn't thinking about politics, but he cared deeply about the country. People don't understand how tough Trump is. I mean, I worked for Nixon. I worked for Bob Dole, one of the greatest Americans of the 20th century. They were both very, very tough guys. Nothing compared to Donald Trump. I mean, the man has ice water in his veins. And that is the guy you want negotiating for America. His energy level is extraordinary. He like Reagan, there's a lot of parallels between he and Reagan. They're both big picture men. It's not just that they're both tall and broad-shouldered. There's a stubbornness about Trump that is not a drawback, but a virtue. He knows what he believes in, and you can't push him beyond what he believes in.
For 4 straight years under the Trump administration, I kept America safe, I kept Israel safe, and I kept the entire world safe. We were safe. We had nothing. This is shocking, what's going on. What's going on now is shocking. All over the planet, our enemies knew that if you try to kill our citizens, we will kill you. If you spill a drop of American blood, we will spill a gallon of your blood. That's what it was. And it wasn't a threat. That was just the way it was going to have to be. I can't think of one thing in 3 years that these people have done that's good. But Biden got up and he said, we have no ammunition. Now, number one, we should never be put in that position. But assuming it's true, who the hell would say it? You think President Xi of China and Putin and all these, do you think they hear that statement a little bit? They can't believe what's happened to this country. You know, They respected our country when I was there. They respected your president. I will tell you that. And so did Kim Jong-un of North Korea. They respected us. And we were safe because they respected us. We were very and levels of sophistication that people would be very surprised at, very, very surprised at. And he's gone. Think of that. So you have ISIS and you have the biggest of all, the head of Pakistan, Khan. He was a great cricket player. He became the head of Pakistan. He said it was the biggest moment in my life. When I heard that Soleimani was killed, I left my office. I walked to my home. I stayed in my home in solitude for 1 week. It was the biggest event that ever happened to me. He was the biggest cricket player. That's like being a great NFL player, a great baseball player. He was said to be just about the best, handsome guy. He became the boss, Pakistan. He said, I left and I contemplated for 1 week. It was the biggest event of my life. I've never had anything like that happen. And many people felt like that. And I heard there were repercussions, all of the things, but you have no choice. You have no choice. I told the story the other night, which I'd never told before, that when Iran shot down a drone, a metal drone, it was 14 years old, not very valuable, flying very near Iran. Behind it was an airplane with 39 engineers and pilots in it. And Iran shot down the drone. I said, did they shoot down the plane behind it? Because you have engineers that generally follow the drones, right? They said, no, sir, they didn't. I said, I see. They shot down the drone, but not the plane. They could have shot down the plane, which is about 5 times bigger. I said, that's interesting. So, but we had to hit them. So we hit them quite hard. We knocked out their radar and different things. And we heard some word back from them because I made the statement that if they hit us back, we're going to do things to them that they've never thought possible. And Iran, this is Iran, the same Iran that's wiping Biden's face in the mud. They called us up, and first time I told this story was a week ago. They called us up and they said, listen, we have no choice. We have to hit you because we have our own self-respect. And I understood that. We hit them. They got to do something. We're going to launch 18 missiles at a certain military base that you have. And you remember that night. Interesting night. I was the only one that wasn't nervous because I knew what was going to happen. They told us that don't be concerned. We're going to launch 18 missiles at your military base, but none of them will hit the base. These are very accurate missiles. These are missiles that essentially never miss. They're very reliable, very accurate. 5 of them blew up in the air, didn't make it, and the others hit outside the base area. You remember that, Louis, you were there, right? Louis was very nervous. I wasn't nervous because I knew something that Louis didn't know. So they told me that they were going to hit us, but they just had to do it. Now, I never told that story before, but you know what that story is about? Respect for our nation. Respect for our nation. So we have
You guys heard of Albert Pike? No. In the 1800s, predicted the Third World War. What are you talking about? He was in the Illuminati. There was a letter that was found. He wrote down the game plan of what the Illuminati was going to do for the 3 world wars. What did he predict? Basically, this would be the last war. Because we all live in harmony afterwards. Let me just read what he said. It's adding up quite a bit. So he said, the Third World War, taking advantage of the differences between the political Zionists and the leaders of the Islamic world. The war must be conducted in such a way that Islam and the State of Israel destroy each other. The other nations, more divided, will be constrained to fight to the point of complete exhaustion. We shall provoke a formidable social cataclysm which will show clearly to the nations most bloody turmoil. And the multitude, delusioned with Christianity, will receive the true light through the universal manifestation of the pure doctrine of Lucifer.
The new bin Laden. His name is Nasrallah.
He's the head of Hezbollah, the Party of God. He is a total terrorist maniac in Lebanon. And today he went globally viral with a 4.5-hour speech where it was all death to Israel, death to America, all that stuff. But he seems to watch a lot of TV. He knows that Joe Biden is very, very weak. That seems to have fired him up. And he also knows that we did, suffer a humiliating loss in Afghanistan. And this has made us vulnerable. People don't respect us anymore. And he looks like he wants to do something really horrible to the United States. He may have signaled to terrorist cells in this country to do your business, to unleash your dragons on America. I'm told by national security experts that we know right here at Newsmax that this man, based on what he said today, has become a legitimate military target for America. We can and probably should take him out. Listen to this.
You, the Americans, remember your defeats in Lebanon, Iraq, Afghanistan, and your humiliating withdrawal from Afghanistan. Those who defeated you in Lebanon at the early 80s are still alive, backed and supported by their children and grandchildren. They falsely claim that Hamas beheaded babies, and they failed to produce a single piece of evidence. Yet they remain silent against the images of thousands of babies and children torn apart in Gaza as a result of the Israeli missiles. Now all exposed, the whole West claiming and preaching about democracy, humanity, rule of law. It's nothing but hypocrisy. It is a lynch law. We are living in a jungle. We all must establish this fact. The United States is totally responsible for the war raging in Gaza against unarmed, defenseless people. It is the United States that vetoes condemnation of Israel in the Security Council. It's the United States that stands on the way of a ceasefire in Gaza. It is the United States proving once again, as described by Khomeini, it is the greatest Satan, the great devil, from Hiroshima to Vietnam, Iraq, Afghanistan, Palestine. The United States must be held liable and then penalized for all what it has been perpetrating against our people and the peoples of the region. And there comes the decision by the Islamic resistance movement in Iraq to launch offenses against the American bases in Iraq and Syria, considering that the United States is controlling the war in Gaza, and it is the United States that must pay the price for the crimes perpetrated by the Israelis in Gaza and by the Americans in Iraq and elsewhere.
I think the American public needs to understand that what Israel is doing is destroying the underground tunnel system and bunkers that Hamas has built. And it's useful to back up a little bit. Look at that Jabalia refugee camp. They call it a refugee camp. It's been there since 1948. And the Palestinians have received billions and billions of foreign aid. When they wouldn't stop spending their money on weapons and ammunition, the international community gave them cement and concrete instead of money so that they could just build homes and businesses and offices for their people. And instead of doing that, they used that donated concrete to build tunnels so that they could more effectively carry out terrorist raids against Israel.
We had a situation in a time of peace where 1,000 people were mutilated and butchered, and yet that ignited these people on the campus to root for the people who were murdering and beheading.
To make sense of the realities of the Israel-Hamas war, I sit down with classicist and military historian Victor Davis Hanson, best-selling author of The Dying Citizen and of the upcoming book, The End of Everything.
A lot of people apply rules to the Jewish state they would never apply to any other.
Did Hamas miscalculate Israel's response? Will Hezbollah intervene? What is Iran's play? And what do many in the West misunderstand about Israel and Hamas?
Why don't you just read what they write rather than to project what you think they should write?
This is American Thought Leaders, and I'm Yanya Kellick. Victor Davis Hanson, so good to have you back on American Thought Leaders.
Thank you for having me on.
Victor, I want to do kind of a primer here on what's happening in the Middle East right now, what's happening with the Israel-Hamas war, how this all came to be, how you view this from your unique, military history lens here.
Well, it's multifaceted. So there was social, economic, military precursors. I guess you would call them long-term factors, and then there were short-term. Long-term, Israel had reached a zenith as far as its own history in terms of affluence, leisure. Anybody who'd gone to Haifa would be astounded by it compared to American City. I was just there, and it made San Francisco look pathetic in comparison. It really did. It was clean, it was crime-free, it was prosperous. People were walking out at midnight, beautiful harbor. And so they had the accords with the Saudis, the resurrected Abrams Accord. They were exuberant. You would meet Israelis in government and commerce, and they would say, the last 2 years, we have 20,000 Gazans working for us. We haven't had any trouble. When they get injured, we take them to a hospital. We're teaching them methods of sophisticated agriculture. We're going to be friends with the Saudis. The Iran deal fell through as we knew it would. And that gave them certain assumptions that were impossible given their neighborhood. So if they have a political disagreement in the fashion that we do, perhaps maybe Netanyahu is as controversial as, say, Trump. So we're going through this political civil war almost, but we're safe. We have Canada and Mexico, and we're away. And they had the same type of dispute over the Supreme Court, where we had 1 million people in the street protesting the Netanyahu government. They had people that were not signing up or not reporting for their IDF reservist call. That's an extravagance that Western societies can afford, but not them. But they had lulled them into that sin. So I think that created a sense of unpreparedness that was known to Hamas. Iran, after the Biden administration came in and stopped all the sanctions, and they had $50 to $70 billion in additional oil revenues. We were giving them sanction relief. Obama had done that. Trump had stopped it. But they did not quite, they knew abstractly how much wherewithal Hamas was getting in terms of money, rockets, weapons, and maybe Hezbollah, but they didn't conceptualize that as threats to the IDF in a way that they had not during the Yom Kippur War either. So it was the same mentality, and that gave an opening for Hamas. And so that was one thing. The second was, I think, when Hamas went in there, they thought, we're going to attack at a time of peace when they think they are playing us off against the Palestinian Authority, and that they think we want to be Singapore, and they think they believe our rhetoric, and they're completely unaware. And then short term, we're going to go through the gate, the wall, whatever. And it's not much of a wall if you look at it compared to what you think a wall is, or the new Trump wall in comparison. We're going to do it at a holiday. We're going to do it at a time of early in the morning when they're not expecting it. And we're going to be brutal in a way that no one's ever imagined before. We're going to decapitate. We're going to desecrate. We're going to mutilate. We're going to torture. we're going to engage in things that are unspeakable, necrophilia, rape, etc. We're going to take hostages. We're not just going to take hostages. We're going to take young kids, 2, 3, 4. We're going to take elderly women. And we're going to do two things by that. We're going to be so pre-civilizational that we're going to shock them into terror that you can't, we've got to do something. We have to talk them. They're just completely out of control. I know that this sounds unrealistic, but that was the mentality. And the other presumption was, we're going to be so depraved in our violence that we're going to make the argument that only people who are being exploited would ever reach that level of barbarity, as in, you made us do it. And third, they have a whole expatriate community of Middle East people throughout Europe and the United States, and especially they understood the new DEI campus, and they thought, we can do all of this and we won't get any global disdain anymore, because the universities, the institutions of Western society are pretty much controlled by the pro-Palestinian left. And they were right in all those assumptions. They only made one mistake. They miscalculated the Israeli response. They looked at the first 4 days of the Yom Kippur War of 1973, but they didn't look at the next 15. Had they done that, they would have realized that the response was going to be medieval in their term. And that's what we're watching today. They're going to be destroyed. I think that Israel's political parties have coalesced temporarily. People from all across the spectrum are united, and they have come to the idea that there's no two-state solution. You cannot make peace with people who do these things. And I think Hamas overestimated their ability to shock the Israelis or scare them or terrify them or win the approval of the world. That's what they were thinking. But I think there's still a lot of people in the world who are going to give Israel a green light. And this is the first time in our lifetimes, I'm 70 years old, that I don't see any restraint on Israel. I don't see a Western diplomat, a Macron or Schultz, calling them up and saying, listen, you've had 5 days of barbarity. We're going to cut your aid off. Or Joe Biden saying, you do this and do this. I don't see that happening. And that applies to Hezbollah and Iran as well.
Well, I mean, it's interesting that you say that, because, I mean, there's people, from what I'm hearing, rebelling even in the U.S. government because of the, U.S. response being so, let's call it pro-Israel.
Yes.
Right? At the same time, I've read some compelling analysis talking about how essentially the US's empowerment of Iran, which you discussed somewhat earlier, may have played a significant role in this, just simply because of Iran basically feeling like they're kind of unchecked. And
yes, and they had the financial wherewithal when sanctions were relieved and disposable income to arm Hamas and Hezbollah to levels that no one had ever imagined would be possible. So they were riding high. Iran at this juncture said, we have new allies. We have the Chinese, and we're selling drones to the Russians in the Ukrainian war. The Obama idea of a Shia crescent of Tehran, Damascus, Beirut, Gaza is actuated. It's there now. We have in the US government, we have Robert Malley, who's one of us, basically, they would say. And we have people in the Department of Defense that he's helped insert there. And we have a non-compos mentis president that is probably being heavily influenced by the Obamas, Ben Rhodes type of Iran deal, who was back in the news lately lecturing Israel. And so Iran got the idea, because they didn't, Hamas and Hezbollah, I think is your train of thought, is they wouldn't do anything without the permission of Iran. And that's true. So they were the other player. But I think just as Hamas has misjudged the geostrategic landscape and then the mentality in Israel in particular, so Iran has. This is the first time since the Iranian Revolution, some 43 years ago, that there's no restraint on a retaliation to Iran. We have a huge force that's assembling off the coast of the Middle East. And if Hezbollah or Iran were to attack that, Joe Biden would be led by events. He couldn't stop the response from the indignant American people. And that response would be existential to Iran, and they know that. And I think it even applies to Hezbollah. So they got themselves into a jam, I think, by the level of barbarity. If they had gone in there and taken 2 hostages or 5 hostages, we'd be back to the same old, wash, rinse, spin cycle of the Middle East. But they were so exuberant in their depravity, and they exhilarated by it, that it really changed the mentality of the players. And I think now, if Hezbollah says, if you go one more day and we're going to send rockets, the Israelis' collective idea would be, what are you going to do? Rape our dead? You've already done that. What else could you do? Behead babies? You've done that. So do your worst and we'll do our best. And let's settle it. And that's a very dangerous attitude to have. And that's what the Israelis have right now. And I think that's why Hezbollah has not so far intervened. And it's kind of counterintuitive, isn't it? The status quo or the consensus is, if they use an inordinate or what we call disproportionate use of force in Gaza, that will infuriate Hezbollah, and then they will intervene with their huge rocket force. But classical strategy, the tragic view, says that they will not, if they see Beirut ending up like Gaza City, and they know that that could happen very easily. And they really haven't recovered from the 2006 war with Israel. So it'll be anybody who predicts what's happened is usually wrong in the Middle East. But my sense is that Iran and Hezbollah have found themselves in a position that initially they thought was so envious and so great. And as they start to examine it in its fullness, they might not find it so inviting. I don't think the Russians would ever intervene on their part. They're stuck in Ukraine. I don't think the Chinese have any interest at all, other than keeping the sea lanes open, avoiding a theater war, keep the oil flowing, and hurting the United States vicariously. Other than that, they're not going to intervene, not when they have 1 million Muslims in work camps themselves. So I don't see where they're, as in Cold War proxy wars, I don't see where their patrons intervene. And I look at what they have, their wherewithal, and I'm not that impressed with it compared to the United States or Europe or even Israel.
United Nations. Well, that sounds grand, doesn't it? What a lovely idea. Everyone comes together and we fight together for global harmony and peace. Wonderful. Well, today, I'm not making this up. Today, there will be a United Nations human rights meeting, which will be chaired by the representative from Iran. Iran, where they publicly execute people. Iran, where they oppress people. Iran, where women have to cover themselves up or they might get beaten to death. Iran, who have funded Hezbollah and Hamas. And today, they'll be chairing a committee at the United Nations. We shouldn't be giving them any money. They are a complete, total, and utter waste of space and making things in the Middle East even worse.
Provocation between Ukraine and Russia, escalation with China and Taiwan, more nations becoming enwrapped in the conflict in the Middle East, more bombast, hyperbole, jingoism, and terrifying warlike language being used by everyone, more invitations to pick a side and be more incendiary everywhere you look, more censorship, more surveillance, more denial of God, more closure of dissenting voices. It doesn't look good, does it? And on top of that, climate change. We're not even going to get a chance to enjoy the nuclear apocalypse because there could be a hurricane or an earthquake or a bit more rain or whatever. Best get yourself locked up in a 15-minute city, get yourself a vaccine passport, shut your little old mouth, mask it just in case, and wait quietly and enjoy a lovely game of What's Going to Kill You First? Brought to you by the Bidens. Peter, surely this hysteria is unwarranted. It's not like the WHO are putting together a treaty that means that they will be able to bypass national sovereignty in the event of another pandemic, and that this treaty is so caroming and open that even climate change under its auspices could be regarded as a kind of pandemic. Is it, Peter?
Yes, it's all true. The WHO aspires to have complete dominion over all plants, animals, and humans with authority binding by international law to declare pandemics, to declare emergency countermeasures, to have lockdowns, forced vaccinations, all of it, and to influence our livestock, farming, management of energy. It's a giant overreach, and people are opposing this. I testified in the European Parliament on September 13th, 2023, and I told the EU, pull out of the WHO. Trump's instincts were right. Pull out of the WHO. He says if he gets back in the office, that's going to be job one. Pull the US out. We don't want to get tied up in international court. As a doctor, Russell, I'm not going to follow anything the WHO says. I'm going to follow my medical judgment and do the right thing for patients.
Last month, the UN General Assembly adopted a political declaration on pandemic prevention, preparedness, and response, underscoring their commitment to meet shared threats with a shared response. The COVID-19 pandemic upended lives and livelihoods, disrupting societies and economies, and exposed and exacerbated political fault lines within and between nations. It eroded trust between people, governments, and institutions, fueled by a torrent of mis- and disinformation. And it laid bare the searing inequalities of our world, with the poorest and most vulnerable communities the hardest hit. The next pandemic is not a question of if, but of when, and we cannot afford to repeat the same mistake of the past. That's why WHO's member states are negotiating a new pandemic accord and amendments to the international health regulations to strengthen the legal framework for the global response to pandemics. And we can't stop there. We must follow through with national ratification and accountable implementation. For the sake of future generations, we must not go back to the old cycle of panic and neglect that left our world vulnerable. We are stronger together.
We're seeing a disturbing continued trend of cardiac arrests in people who have taken the vaccine. Now we have data from Nakahara in a human cardiac PET study showing that positron emission tomography scans of the heart change in almost everybody who took the shot, at least for 6 months or longer, where the heart's metabolism changes. This is a bit disturbing. We don't know if the implications of it are. Crossan from Harvard has showed messenger RNA stuck in the heart now in people that have died. And then finally, Schreckener from Germany has shown that the Pfizer and Moderna are directly toxic to heart muscle cells. So we have a lot of information suggesting these are no good for the heart. They should be off the market completely.
I mean, there's something that occurred that is fortuitous, and I'm not trying to make light of it, but you picked a spokesperson, Travis Kelce, perhaps because of his association with Taylor Swift, maybe the most famous athlete in the world right now. And he also has an antagonist, a fellow by the name of Aaron Rodgers, who called him Mr. Pfizer in order to mock him. But the fact is, sir, isn't that the kind of awareness that you need in order to be able to build prescriptions, build vaccines, and then get people to realize the power of your portfolio?
I think he is, and he's a wonderful spokesperson for us, and we are very proud that we are associating our name with him.
But is it working? I mean, I know that when I go, I feel like right now I went and I got my flu and I got my Pfizer COVID, and I felt rather pioneerish. I felt that I'm alone. Now, I know others are doing it, but I'm struggling with the idea, why doesn't everybody do this? And what is the resistance?
We thought in the beginning of the years, we thought that we will have 24% of the Americans, and that was our projection, will doing a COVID vaccine this year. So far, it looks like it's trending more towards 17%. And so far, maybe 7-8% have done it. But the months ahead of us are very strong. So there are many reasons why it's lower. And we are far away from the COVID fear. So everybody will do the vaccine. Now we are in the middle of the COVID fatigue. Nobody wants to speak about COVID. And we have also a lot of anti-vaxxers rhetoric at the peak. But the good news is that those that they are doing a vaccine right now are those that they truly believe in the value of vaccination. So that's a very base assumption for what the vaccination rates could be as a floor going forward.
But there is some sort of vaccine fatigue in this country right now that I think is affecting your earnings.
You're right, but it's mainly in the COVID area because our RSV has done tremendously better than what we thought. Our pneumococcal vaccine is doing tremendously better than what we thought and the analysts thought. And of course, the flu vaccinations are trending quite well. We don't have a flu, but we know how they are trending. So there is a little bit of COVID fatigue, which reflects on the number of COVID vaccinations that we had. Also, don't forget that, Jim, the COVID vaccines came a little bit late in the season, right? In the middle of September, approximately. We had all August quite a wave of COVID. So a lot of people got COVID and they can't do a vaccine before 4 months after they had COVID.
When the media tells me something over and over and over again, I get suspicious.
We now know that the Biden administration held weekly censorship meetings with social media giants like Facebook, now Meta, and HHS to censor us and suppress COVID and vaccine free speech. Here's Senator Josh Hawley reading part of the emails that were released.
On July 23rd, 2021, a Facebook employee thanked HHS, quote, for taking the time to meet earlier today and wanted to make sure you saw the steps we just took this past week to adjust policies and what we are removing with respect to misinformation.
Misinformation is any information which is different in this context from the information being put out by the World Health Organization or your national health authority at that point in time.
The CDC and FDA that continue to tell the world that this product is safe, they're clearly not adhering to the scientific method.
We do not have a medical system. We don't have a health care system. What we're all suffering under right now is a sick care system, a kind of a medical industrial complex.
What are they really concerned about? Their stock price and their profit that benefits their stakeholders and shareholders.
Those companies are making $50 billion a year selling vaccines. When I was a kid, it was $270 million. Today it's $50 billion. And they're making $500 billion a year selling the drugs that treat those diseases.
Whatever it is they're selling, they have their spin doctors that they know they can go to so that they always have essentially someone to spin the story the way they give it to them.
Doctors drank the Kool-Aid. About 96% of doctors took these vaccines right away.
Why are we forcing vaccinations, going against doctors' orders for people that have pre-existing conditions and saying, hey, you have to take this vaccine or starve?
I said right in the very beginning, this COVID-19 is about the track and trace. It's not about the vaccine. It's not about a very bad flu. It's about full and total surveillance.
Freedom of choice and medical decisions is everything. Without that, you have no control over your body or what goes in it. And how did this become our reality? It is the scariest part.
We are one nation under God with liberty and justice for all. We are not one nation under government with liberty and justice for those who comply.
Now, ivermectin has been used to treat COVID-19. What's interesting is that though, and I've reviewed the research extensively on this, there is now extensive research to support ivermectin use in treating cancer, and in particularly the aggressive cancers, the types of aggressive cancers we're seeing in COVID-19 vaccinated individuals, the turbo cancers. So for example, the glioblastomas, which are, the great for the brain cancers that are really terminal. If you get diagnosed with that, you may die within a few months. Ivermectin may actually help with those. The stage 4 breast cancers, the stage 4 colon cancers, pancreatic cancers, gallbladder cancers, renal cancers, melanomas. These are cancers that have actually been studied with ivermectin, the very aggressive cancers, and they have found that if you give higher doses of ivermectin than what's been used for COVID-19, that it actually can stop the growth of these cancer cells, it can stop their metastases, and it can actually, engage apoptosis and autophagy and kill these cancer cells. So I wanted to just bring that up. We have the ivermectin in the emergency kit. So any kind of future viral outbreak, ivermectin is fantastic for that. But people should also look into the possibility of ivermectin potentially treating some of these extremely aggressive turbo cancers as well.
Every policy from the border to energy, from immigration to education, crooked Joe Biden always takes the side that helps America's enemies every time. The guy doesn't have a clue. He helps the enemies, and now we know why. Because Joe Biden is corrupt, and he's incompetent, and he's totally compromised.
We're going to have a country that's unified. We're going to bring everybody together. We want it all back.
I'm going to pause that there for a second. So, comment, wonder if it could help prostate cancer. Yes, it can. However, I would recommend a combination of the ivermectin and RSO suppositories, Rick Simpson's oil suppositories. With the suppository, it absorbs directly through the rectal wall, goes directly to the prostate gland, and goes to work. That would be no joke. The ivermectin, you do orally, that will work through the system, so on and so forth. But with the suppositories, the RSO suppository, that's Rick Simpson oil suppositories, the chances of diminishing it within a 30-day, 45-day period is like 90%. Within a 90-day period is 100%. So yes, it's so I don't know if you live in a state where cannabis is legal or not, but I would recommend looking into getting the suppositories, and then how to how to insert the Rick Simpson's oil into that. Rick Simpson's oil has been proven over the last, I've been in the cannabis industry here for a little over 20 years here in Oregon. And I actually have used the RSO suppositories to defeat stage 3 prostate cancer and then stage 4 prostate cancer. And then with my patients, I would say out of the 2,800 patients that I've had in the last 20 years, I would say probably 1/3 of those were prostate patients. And we never lost anybody, to it, so, yeah, so the Rick Simpson's oil is really the absolute best way to go, because it not only does it go after the cancer cells that are infecting whatever area of the body, but it also goes after the cancer cells that are in the blood, and it kills those as well. And that is, that's the bonus, because the fact that you can get return flare-ups from different types of cancer. Buffering, I'll tell you what, I've met quite a few patients who have had their prostates removed at the same time. Okay. And this is the thing. And these are people between the age of 30 and 40 that ended up developing it, that their sex lives are completely gone forever. There's no coming back from having your prostate removed. It totally destroys your sex life. Wanted to have kids, so on and so forth, have a family. And it ruined marriages and everything, so yeah, it's just, okay, hold on. What's this? There is a vet who came the other day at Richard Andrews' channel. He's suffering from lung cancer. We are praying for him. Yeah, it's so again, Rick Simpson's oil. Now, you obviously don't eat a suppository, but you can eat the RSO. depending on where the cancer is, so it works for skin cancer and it works for every major type of cancer. 99.9% of all cancers can be killed with RSO. Okay. Those of you that don't know what RSO is, I would recommend a movie that is on YouTube here called Run from the Cure. Run from the Cure. Okay. And it is the story of Rick Simpson and what he did, what he discovered, and how he makes his product, and so on and so forth. Gives you instructions on how to make it, everything. And this is the thing. Ivermectin is just something that you can take. Navy vet, you're probably right. Biden eats suppositories, but then again, he's an asshole. Correct. But the thing is that, using a combination of Rick Simpson's oil and the ivermectin, you have, again, a 99.9% chance of defeating any cancer in your body. Whether it's leukemia, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, or any type of lymphoma, any type of neurogliomatosis, which is the brain area, bone cancer, skin cancer, and cancer that is in the blood. Yes, the idea of it is if you're eating the RSO, then it's going through your digestive, and going through the digestive, it is producing what is necessary in order to put it into your bloodstream, and through the bloodstream, yes, it can kill, it kills the cancer cells in there. And basically what it is it is a combination of both CBD and THC working together. Okay. So basically what it is your body is full of cannabinoid receptors. And basically what it is the CBD goes in, washes over the receptor, cleans the receptor, squeaky clean. And then the RSO or the THC side of it comes in and attacks the cancer cell that is riding on the receptor. And it basically works in a cycle where, then it gets washed off again, and then it attacks again, gets washed off, and then it attacks again. As long as it's in your body, it is working. So yes, you can use it in, for 99.9% of all cancers. So yes, it's, but with a combination of taking ivermectin at the same time, I would say yes. I wouldn't discount the idea, and I wouldn't send you to watch a movie in regards to it unless I've seen verifiable proof, in which I have seen, for all these years that I've been in this. Jack Herrera, the guy who wrote the book, The Emperor Wears No Clothes, he's the one who turned me on to Rick Simpson, and the oil. Jack was an incredible human being. He did a lot of work in regards to the medical cannabis. And get this, the one thing that he said was, he says, you watch, they're going to try and legalize it all the way across the country and everything else. And he says, and I don't think that they should. He says, I believe that they're going to destroy, the ability for people to make a conscious decision in regards to cannabis, because now and we have two variables here. You have hemp, which he was 100% supportive of, for everybody to grow. Okay. Because it can be used for paper, in the paper industry. It can be used in the animal feed industry. It can be used in clothing industry, in the textiles, I guess you'd call it, industry. And it can be used in the automotive industry. Okay. But where the THC cannabis side is, he never believed that it should have been legalized other than for medical, because of the fact that it would be abused. And that's exactly what we're seeing in every state that is legalized across the country. The state is abusing it in overtaxing. You know, when you go and spend, you know, a couple of $100 on a monthly supply, you're in turn turning around and spending a couple of $100 in taxes to the state for that supply as well. So that's no different than the gas tax or the tobacco tax or the alcohol tax, everything all the way down the line. So they ruin everything. But then you also see the abuse in the communities where people are just trying to get higher and higher and higher and taking and doing everything with the plant that they possibly can in order to make it more potent. You know, and it basically ruins the ability for, you know, for individuals to really learn about the medical side of it. So, you know, so I'll put it to you like this. I don't necessarily approve of recreational weed myself. On the medical side of it, though, however, I approve 100% medical, you know, and it should be in every single state. And I also 100% approve in hemp, you know. Blackwatch, I have heard of goat weed. I don't know too much about it, but that has been brought up in a couple of different conversations. You know, but you know, where hemp and cannabis were concerned, you know, that's what used to save the animals' lives on farms. You know, these plants were, you know, because it's a weed, okay, farmers would remove it from their gardening areas, okay, but they allowed it to grow on the borders of their properties. So when a cow or a pig or a horse got sick, they would naturally go down and eat the plant. And then the next day, when you come out and you see the animal's healed, you know. But the eradication in the 1920s and the 1930s of the plant throughout the country really, really causes, you know, some disquieting thoughts, because of the fact that they knew, the medical industry knew, who was Rockefeller, was aware, and that's why him and Anslinger produced the Reefer Madness that was produced and released on TV and in movie theaters and such, and the perpetual news cycle telling you about how bad marijuana was, and they clumped hemp in that too, you know. So it really messed a lot of things up. So, okay. All right. Back into the video here. But yeah, I just wanted to, I wanted to comment on that. I saw that question, and I felt it deserved an answer. So here we go.
We'll never give up. We'll never surrender. Everybody together. We'll never give up. We want it all back. Never surrender. Never give up.
Fentanyl. They're passionate about Ukraine's borders. I'm passionate about America's. They prefer a status quo that has destroyed this nation, and I want to go a new direction to save the country. Like Abraham Lincoln, I never claim that God is on my side. I humbly pray that I am on his. But when I saw Mike Johnson take that gavel and assume the speakership, I felt how many prayers in this country were answered. Still in DC today, they say I'm not a team player. What they don't understand is that it's all of you who are my team. I'm on Team America, not Team Globalist or Team UN or Team Ukraine. My team doesn't bend to the lobbyists or special interests. My team counts actual wins, not just how many players wear our jersey, and I need you on my team. So keep praying and keep fighting. Both will make you stronger and more useful to the greatest movement and the greatest nation in all of human history. And if you are willing to take some risk, endure some criticism, and put it all on the line, then come fight with me. Our battle does not guarantee comfort, more like blood, sweat, toil, and tears. But we will not merely endure political pain, we will dish it out. It's time to fill the political graveyards with our enemies, not our ideas. More victories are on the way. God bless Florida. I miss the Sunshine State each and every day. God bless America. Thank you for having my back, and let's go get them.
Reading about this horrible shooting in Maine.
No.
And I heard, we don't know much about the guy yet, but apparently he heard voices. And I thought, is he that different than Mike Johnson?
The Bible doesn't just inform his worldview, it is his worldview. In fact, during his first speech in his new job, Johnson suggested that his election as Speaker was an act of God. His views on policy are essentially what you'd expect from a religious fundamentalist.
Did both of those just happen on TV? The new House Speaker, Mike Johnson, facing attacks from the media on his Christian faith. The Daily Beast comparing him to the Taliban and the mullahs in Iran. Here's his response.
Look, there are entire industries that are built to take down public leaders, effective political leaders like me. I'm not surprised by that. I mean, it comes with the territory. It doesn't bother me at all. I just wish they would get to know me. I'm not trying to establish Christianity as the national religion or something. That's not what this is about. It's just disgusting. I mean, that is absurd.
What a sad state of affairs. Fox News contributor and columnist for The Messenger, Joe Concha, joins us now. Joe, this is the media attempting to take somebody down based solely on their religion. What's your reaction to this?
It's not surprising. It is disgusting. Mike Johnson used the proper word there to describe some of the reporting from, journalism outlets like the Daily Beast, and obviously what we heard from Jen Psaki. And, we have all this anti-Semitism that we're seeing in our own nation right now. And you have people like Jen Psaki saying Mike Johnson is a, quote, threat, unquote, because what? He's a Christian? Perhaps Ms. Psaki should look at the comments by members of her own party, her friends like Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar, calling Israel a racist state and engaging in apartheid if she's looking for rhetorical threats to this country. Here's my favorite from The Atlantic here, guys, Carly Todd. Quote, in 1867, Mike Johnson's great grandfather, a Confederate soldier, pledged not to engage in rebellion again. Because what everybody's great-grandfather did 150 years ago has any bearing on the way this man can possibly lead a party in the House. It's just pathetic at this point, Todd.
And also, half the country fought on one side, half the country fought on the other. If you trace every person from the South's lineage, yeah, they may have somebody who said, we're not going to fight for the South anymore. How is that controversial?
Precisely.
Just quickly on this, Speaker Johnson went on to say this is an attack on the Judeo-Christian foundation of our country. Joe, isn't that the point of a lot of these attacks? Attack the foundation and the building here, in this case, America, collapses?
That's the whole thing. It seems like if you're a Christian, suddenly it's a free target. It's the easy religion to pick on. I just don't understand why when he just says, okay, I'm blessed to be where I am, and thank God for all my gifts, appreciating what I have, that's somehow controversial. But in this world, it doesn't matter who the House Speaker is. They would have found something, whether it was Steve Scalise, whether it was Jim Jordan, whether it was Kevin McCarthy, as we've seen, to paint this person somehow as an extremist and as evil and bad for the country. That's just the way the game works now at this point with many in our media.
Yeah.
Listen. Earth is 6,000 years old according to the Bible, but science is proving it is millions and billions of years old. You still believe in God? See, God created Adam on the 6th day. So if I say on the 7th day, Adam is 1 day old, technically it is true or not? But according to science, he is an adult. How he is 1 day old? But yes, he is, because God created him like that, with inbuilt age. And the same with this whole universe.
I love this video. I had to watch this like 5 times to get what he said. So pretty much what he said is that God can create things with an inbuilt age, meaning that he can create a 30-year-old human in 1 day and give him 30 years of age and life and whatever God wants to do in an instantaneous time. So that therefore at the same time, he can create an earth in an instance with a billion-year history. He doesn't have to wait in time and space to create. God can literally create something that's embodied in history. Why? Because God is timeless. We are the only ones that perceive time. It's almost like God can give you something age already in creation. Adam and Eve. Eve was an adult when she was created. Who knows how old she was? Eve could have been created at 100 years old. How do we know? But see, God can create that thing that's outside of time, space, and age, and he can make it in our reality. We see time and age that have occurred, but God can do it in an instance. Now, if you ain't following me, go watch the video again. I'll see you on the next one.
First and foremost, make sure that you are born again. What does it mean to be born again? In John chapter 3, Jesus tells Nicodemus that unless a man is born again, he cannot see the kingdom of heaven. And Nicodemus says, born again? I surely cannot climb back into my mother's womb. How can I be born again? And Jesus says, you don't know these things, and yet you claim to be a teacher in the kingdom of heaven. So a lot of people who think that they're in a prominent relationship, a lot of people who think they're among the elect of God, really don't know as much as they think they do. Jesus said, unless a person humble themselves like a little child, they'll never enter the kingdom of heaven. So we have to take on a very humble spirit. You see, Jesus did not come to save those who think that they are righteous, but rather he came to save us who know for sure that we are sinners. I can't speak for you, but I'll tell you this about me. I know for sure that I am a sinner in need of a Savior. And so I thank my Heavenly Father for my Lord and my Savior, Jesus Christ. So, folks, if you were walking with God closely at one time, but you've since fallen away, or some people say backslidden, I've been there before. One time I was walking in this park near my house, and I rarely hear God's voice. And I can't really describe this to you, but the best way I can put it is I kind of sort of heard a voice or a thought in my head that said, do you love me? And I kind of giggled. I thought, do I love me? Is this like me asking me if I love myself? And after a few more steps, I thought to myself, wait a minute, God, is that you? Are you asking me if I love you? And my knee-jerk reaction was, of course I love you. But then I thought about it. I thought, if this is God, and God's asking me if I love him, what does my life look like? If I say yes to this question, what does my life say about the answer to that question? You know, the reality was I knew Christ. I'd fallen completely and madly and head over heels in love with him. And we had this honeymoon. And then there was this ever so slight falling away. And I got really scared for my salvation. I thought, uh-oh, did I fall out of love with God? And it's really interesting because I heard this sermon probably a few weeks earlier, and it was about this guy, and he had fallen out of love with Christ. I remember thinking to myself in judgment, I thought, that guy fell out of love with God. It's like, I know that'll never happen to me. And just like I told you folks, pride comes before the fall. Be careful when you think you stand, lest you fall. And so just a few weeks after judging an individual harshly, I got to experience that very thing that he talked about. So I started asking brothers and sisters in Christ who I knew were walking with God much longer than me. And I said, hey, what would you do if you were in a situation like this? And I just explained to him what was going on. I said, look, I feel like God asked me if I love him. And I also feel like I don't love him as much as I did at first. What can I do? And after asking several people and getting different answers, I asked this one particular brother. I remember it specifically. We were in the cafeteria at a hospital. And he said, God wants you to love him completely. So it's something that you can pray about. And you can just say to him, Father, I pray that I would fall more in love with him. And I said to the guy, I thought, do I want to admit that to God? And he was like, listen, if God brought it to your attention, he already knows. And understand this, God knows everything. According to God's word, God already knows everything, including every thought and the attitude of our hearts. And so it was out of love that God brought this to my attention. And so I took my brother's advice and I went ahead and I started praying. And so on a daily basis, I would pray, Father, I pray in the name of Jesus that you would help me to fall more in love with you. I pray that I would love you with all of my heart, all of my soul, all of my mind, and all of my strength. I pray that I would love my neighbor as myself. And I did this for several days. And over the period of weeks, I started to see a change. And one of the things that I learned from that experience, and that was about 15 years ago, I learned that that's a real good prayer to pray, because that prayer is in line with God's perfect will for us. He wants us to love him with all of our heart, all of our soul, all of our mind, and all of our strength. His word says that without faith, it's impossible to please him. First, we have to believe that he is real and that he is a rewarder of those who diligently seek him. Well, are you going to diligently seek him if you're not fully in love with him? The answer is no. You're going to fully seek him when you're fully in love with him. And that begins this awesome process of spending more and more time with God. And the more time you spend with God, the more you fall in love with God. And the more you fall in love with God, the more time you want to spend with God. And you see how that works. And so that's where I am now, years and years later. And I've decided that one thing in my life that'll always remain constant is seeking God first every day in prayer. So for those of you who may have walked closely with God at one time, but then seen yourself slowly maybe fall less and less in love over time, or for those of you who just want to have a deeper, more intimate relationship with God, my advice to you is this: pray about it. And when you pray in line with God's perfect will, he's going to answer that prayer. And I assure you, his perfect will is for you to fall more and more in love with him each and every single day.
All right. That was Christian Patriot News. I love how he puts his clips together and everything. Yeah, lots of good info in there. You know, it's not being too consistent on staying on any particular thing. He shuffles around quite a bit, which is good. Throws the algorithms off and everything else. So, but I thought you guys would enjoy him, and I will be playing more of his content in the future, because I think that yeah, definitely a good one to go with. This is redacted news here. I think I've got a banner made already. I gotta check and see. Yeah, okay. I thought this one was also pretty interesting, so we're going to jump into this one next. Here we go.
My fellow Americans, And you might be wondering, why in the world is there a 30-minute countdown before the show starts? Well, we actually start live every day at 4 p.m. Eastern time. So this
Welcome to Redacted, everybody. Clayton's back. Everybody, welcome Clayton back to the show. But I'm in charge, just so you know.
No,
Yes.
can't happen.
I'm going to do this part. I do this part now.
Okay, good.
Since you've been resigned.
Since
to
I'm high on NyQuil
taking
today.
days off. So thank you so much for joining us. We have a lot of news to get to this week. I do have a co-host. I'm Natalie Morris. This is Clayton. He's also here. Just kidding. Welcome back. Welcome back, darling.
Thanks. Welcome back. Welcome back to me. Look at this old scrub is back.
We have low energy Clayton today.
Yeah. No, I mean, jet lagged. I have no sleep at all, but I am here. And I'm on cold medicine, but we've got a show to do. So
we expect your best. We expect your best.
We don't screw around. We don't screw around. We tell our kids there's no laziness in our household. So you buck up. You show up. You do the work. You work hard. You work hard. That's what you do. So, hey, good to see all of you. We've got a jam-packed show for you on this Monday, because there's a lot of moving pieces right now in Israel, in the Middle East, the Biden administration's response to what Netanyahu is planning in Gaza. And they are basically backed into a corner. Has basically Israel crossed a red line as it relates to Gaza. There's no going back. We're going to look at all of that. And we're going to have a deep dive on that a little bit later in the show.
Plus, President Zelensky is saying, hey, I'm over here. I'm still over here. I'd like some money, please. I'd like some weapon, please. We're going to look at the status of the war in Ukraine and why he thinks we're doing all right. We're doing good here. We're still the center of, the world of Warcraft. So please come back.
And also, there's a lot of Jews and Jewish Americans who've been going to a lot of these anti-war rallies, but the media, for some reason, is choosing not to talk about it and almost kind of play it out there that it's like Israel versus Palestinians. And my gosh, no Jews would possibly go to a pro-Palestine rally or an anti-war rally, an anti-genocide rally. Why would Jews do that? Turns out there's thousands of them that are doing that, but the media doesn't want you to know about that at all because they have a certain narrative that they're trying to shove down your throat. But we are going to look at it tonight. So all of that and more as Redacted starts right now.
All right, well, it's Monday. Thank you for joining us. We hope you enjoyed our content over the weekend. Remember, we are live every Monday through Thursday at 4 p.m. Eastern. We cover the shows that the mainstream media largely ignores, the stories and the angles. We have no agenda here other than peace and dismantling narratives that hand power to powerful people who do not have our best. This is the intention with which we bring you this show. This is the intention with which we bring you our daily newsletter as well.
Yeah, can I tell them about the newsletter?
Okay, you can do that part.
I
Sure.
would love to tell them about the newsletter because I haven't had a chance to talk about it. But it is also, I saw someone in the airport said, I love your morning newsletter. And I said, thank you so much. They're like, it's the perfect way to start our day. We love it. So the way to get it, it's totally free. Why wouldn't you get it? It's totally free. And it's our way to stay connected with you because these platforms love to censor us and block us and ban us. And that way we have a way to stay connected with you and say, hey, here's what happened. Anyway, all you need to do is go to redacted.inc. You put in your email address, and then you'll receive a welcome email. Now, it might wind up in your spam folder. It might wind up in your garbage. Gmail has labeled us as dangerous. So you might even get a warning that when you subscribe to the Redacted newsletter that it's dangerous, which I love that because we tell the truth here that our newsletter is dangerous. Anyway, you can read it in about 5 to 10 minutes over your cup of coffee first thing in the morning. Just go to redacted.inc, put in your email address, and then tomorrow morning, Tuesday, you'll get the newsletter around breakfast time. And again, you can read it in about 5 or 10 minutes. Redacted.inc. Well, the number of children killed in Gaza now sits over 4,000, according to the Palestinian Health Ministry. Close to 10,000 people killed in a month of continuous Israeli airstrikes. Newly released satellite images are just stunning to look at this morning. Shows what Gaza looked like before and what it looks like now. Take a look at these images. And this weekend, an Israeli heritage minister said in an interview that dropping a nuclear bomb on Gaza was a possibility. And he said that there's no such thing as a civilian, that everyone is basically involved in the October 7th terrorist attacks, in his words. So those 4,000 children, they are also part of this. They are also part of the attacks, I guess, the 4,000 children. Let's try to unpack this, because there's a lot of moving pieces this morning that I want to try to understand here. Let's bring in United Nations Weapons Inspector Scott Ritter. Scott, great to have you on the show.
Thanks for having me.
So Israeli officials today, I'll just kind of give you what their words are, Scott. These are not my words, saying Israeli officials today have called these civilian casualties. They're aware of them. They're calling them, quote, the tragedy of war, end quote. They also say their response, which includes this expanding ground operation in Gaza, is necessary to root out and destroy Hamas after what happened on October 7th. So these 4,000 children, let's talk about that number. First of all, do you feel confident in that number? Because what obviously people online will say is, how can you trust what the Palestinian Health Authority has to say about this number? Does that number sound right to you based on your own sourcing, and the upwards of 10,000 overall killed so far in these Israeli strikes?
The number actually sounds low. Let's keep in mind that that number doesn't include the missing. That these are the bodies counted. There are many thousands more missing. When a building goes down, they're in the rubble. For all those Americans out there that rally around 9/11, you know what happened with those buildings when they came down, how difficult it was to account for the numbers. It's happening right now. This is what's happening is a war crime of unimaginable scope and scale. I mean, no, first of all, it is imaginable. It's real. It's happening. It's not unimaginable. It's right there in front of us, guys. They're literally leveling a city. They're leveling, neighborhoods filled with civilians. This is the most despicable behavior imaginable, but it wasn't unpredictable. Clayton, Israel since 2006 has articulated this very policy. Why is the world only waking up now to the fact that it is official Israeli policy to punish the civilian population of an entity that they have violent disagreement with? In 2006, the commander of Israeli forces in the north, when fighting Hezbollah, instituted what he called the Dahiwa principle. Dahiwa is a neighborhood in West Beirut that was leveled by Israel, leveled, flattened. They slaughtered the civilian population there because he said they will pay the price for Hezbollah daring to stand up and beat our troops on the ground. See, Israel can't do a fair fight, man on man, soldier against soldier. They can't do that, because if they do that, they lose. The only way Israel can win is to collectively punish the civilian population in a vain effort to get them to submit. It didn't work in 2006. It didn't work in 2008 when they instituted the Dahiwa principle on Gaza for the first time. 2010, 2014, 2018, 2020, 2021, and now 2023. It's been going on forever. The Israelis are the greatest mass murderers in modern history. That's the truth.
So when you have this, what's being portrayed as sort of this errant heritage minister from Israel, who then Netanyahu suspends this weekend for saying they would drop a nuclear bomb on Gaza, that's not really an errant heritage minister. That is really a sentiment that is carried by many Israelis. I've spoken to a number of Israelis who've told me specifically they feel the same exact way, that there is no daylight at all between Hamas and Palestinians in their mind, and they feel that there is no solution but the destruction and the wiping out of Gaza. Those are their words telling us that.
Well, the only thing that this minister was errant for was openly acknowledging the existence of an Israeli nuclear weapons program. That's what he's in trouble for, not for articulating in favor of the death of Palestinian civilians. It's official Israeli policy to kill Palestinians officially. He would never get in trouble for that. Why? I mean, we have the Minister of Defense of Israel saying the same thing. We have the Chief of Staff of the Army saying the same thing over and over again, how if you didn't take advantage of the nice little leaflet dropped by the Israelis telling you to move south, you are treated as an enemy combatant there. That is an open, gross violation of international law. Why the United States continues to have diplomatic relations with Israel right now is beyond me. Because if any other nation behaved this way, we would sever relations. We would hold them to account. There would be hell to pay. But because Israel has literally bought out the U.S. Congress, and Clayton, this isn't anti-Semitism speaking. Benjamin Netanyahu openly brags about this. AIPAC openly, that's the American Israeli Public Affairs Committee, the pro-Israeli lobby that dominates Washington, D.C., they openly brag about owning Congress. When the current Speaker of the House made his first presentation to a nation waiting for congressional leadership to resolve the numerous issues that befuddle our country, the first thing he said, the first order of business, was money to Israel. So here we are with Israel behaving in the worst way possible, and we do nothing about it. Shame on us. I mean, we know what Israel's going. They've told us what they're going to do. They've done it. This is not unprecedented. It's what Israel does. It's not what we do.
Is the Biden administration then willfully ignorant about it? Because Kamala Harris this weekend, of course, comes out and says, she posted an Instagram video where she says, you know, we're going to make sure that they're really taking care of and protecting civilians. We're making sure, we're monitoring that, making sure that they're going to protect civilians, and we're working with them on that. And that's a concern of ours. And I've heard that from a number of Biden administration officials at the State Department last week, saying the same thing, that we're confident that Israel is making sure that civilians won't be harmed in this. So that's it, Scott. That's all you need to know. Kamala Harris has spoken. They're confident that no civilians will be harmed in this.
Yeah, and yet we're continuing to fly C-17 aircraft into Israel, offloading the munitions that are used by the Israeli Air Force, flying American-provided aircraft to slaughter these Palestinian civilians. Kamala Harris is a liar, a hypocrite, but she's a politician. Her lips move, she lies. Joe Biden, the same thing. Look, I can guarantee you this, that it's someday down the road when, archives are declassified, you will be seeing the hypocrisy of the Biden administration in full view, as behind the scenes, they are having conversations. And I guarantee you what the conversations are. They're very critical of Israel. How can they do this? Bibi's gone crazy. He's gone wild. He won't listen to us. There's nothing we can do. Well, there is something you can do, Kamala. Terminate all assistance to Israel. Terminate it right now. Tell the Israelis not another airplane lands until there's a ceasefire. And during that ceasefire, get all the humanitarian aid into Gaza that needs. And during that ceasefire, an American delegation will come to Israel and take over your targeting cell. You will never drop another American-made bomb using an American-made aircraft on Gaza unless we personally approve the target. And if you don't like it, we're done with you. That's how you take control. That's called leadership. But we won't do that because Israel bought Congress a long time ago.
And now we're hearing that, well, Hamas is not destroyed. And when will this happen where they feel like they are close to wrapping up some sort of an operation to get Hamas? So U.S. officials this weekend, according to the New York Times, saying that despite massive bombing and this ground invasion of Gaza, the Pentagon believes that Israel has not come close, not even close, to taking out Hamas's leadership. So is this the New York Times sort of doing the dirty work for the Biden administration, painting a picture here that they're not anywhere close to the finish of this operation? They need to go into the tunnels. They need to do whatever they can. Can you talk about that sort of strategy and the sort of Pentagon sources leaking this to the New York Times, and we all get to read how Hamas is still out there?
Well, it's interesting. Talk about sources. Seymour Hersh, who I consider to be a very good friend, just published a piece in his Substack that makes it sound like Hamas is lost, that their leadership has been destroyed, that their food supply is turning rancid. They're going to all suffocate because of a lack of oxygen. That's a source speaking to Seymour Hersh. It's 100% wrong. Hamas, if people don't understand this, by deconstructing what happened on October 7th, Hamas is a much better organization a much stronger organization, a much more capable organization, a much more professional organization than anybody had given them credit for. What they did on October 7th was one of the most skillfully executed military operations in modern history. Literally a David attacking a Goliath, which is sort of ironic given who they're attacking. But they have planned for the Israelis. The Israelis have walked into a Hamas trap. The Hamas trap is very complex. It's not just about the military situation on the ground. It's about the geopolitical situation globally. Hamas has won this war already. Has already won. Why?
Yeah, when you see tens of thousands of protests in streets,
Hundreds of thousands, millions around the world. Hamas has flipped the script. No one's talking about October 7th. That's the strategic mistake that Israel made. Just like the United States made a strategic mistake after 9/11. When the world rallied around us, instead of taking advantage of that to destroy the ideology of hatred by promoting a balanced approach, a diplomatic approach to defeat, Al-Qaeda by letting others defeat them, we said we will do this militarily. And look, Al-Qaeda has not been defeated because killing Osama bin Laden, killing Zuhawari, killing other Al-Qaeda leadership doesn't destroy the ideology. The bombing we've done made Al-Qaeda stronger and spread even more. Israel is made the same mistake. Had they, on October 8th, secured the border and then asked the question, how did this happen? Why did this happen? And we want the world to rally with us as we seek to find a solution to this. There would be millions of people in the streets today demonstrating in support of Israel and against Hamas. But Israel did what everybody knew they were to do because it is their doctrine to do it, to bomb. They have not destroyed Hamas. Hamas is planned for a 90-day campaign. They have sufficient resources underground for 90 days of fighting. We are 30 days into this campaign, and Israel's already losing. Israel may be making progress above ground, but as every Israeli commander will tell you, we control nothing because you can't control above ground when below ground is Hamas, just like standing on an anthill. All you do is guarantee that the ants will come out and sting you and bite you. That's what Hamas is doing. It's a death by 1,000 cuts for the Israelis. Every day they lose more troops, more vehicles. They secure nothing, and they haven't even begun to move into the actual heavy urban areas. The Israeli army has lost. The Israeli politicians has lost. Benjamin Netanyahu is lost. He has no one has confidence. As we speak, there's demonstrators in front of his residence calling for his resignation. Normally, under wartime conditions, the nation rallies around their leader. Israel is not rallying around Bibi Netanyahu. He is a criminal. Remember, there's huge corruption charges that he avoided by rewriting the basic law to do away with an independent judiciary. He's the man who said, I am Mr. Security, but he was asleep on October 7th. So is his army. So is his government. Israel is a nation that is in absolute chaos because of the incompetence of Bibi Netanyahu. They aren't winning anything. They're losing everything. This is a huge victory for Hamas.
I just this weekend finished rereading the 9/11 Commission report. Went back to that, going back through Richard Clark's testimony, going back through the months leading up to what happened on 9/11. Security information being handed to the highest levels, to Condi Rice, et cetera. And it was fascinating to go back to that and think in terms of what we're seeing right now in Israel. Do you draw, I mean, you were there in the heat of it all. Do you draw any parallels, what happened on 9/11 ahead of time, but the ideology and what happened before October 7th?
The problem is I don't think, I mean, first of all, there is an absolute parallel between the failure of intelligence. We know, for instance, on 9/11, that we were collecting adequate information to draw a conclusion that Al-Qaeda was preparing to attack us. I even put a presidential daily briefing in front of the president saying that very thing. But the failure was a lack of imagination on the part of the politicians who didn't want to undertake the difficult decisions, to act on this information. The Israelis were collecting all the information. Every tactical collector will tell you, we were reporting up the chain of command that Hamas is getting ready to do something, that Hamas is, something's happening. They even knew the date. on the night of October 7th, October 6th, October 7th, the senior Israeli leadership was meeting, the head of intelligence, head of the military, because they had reports from Israeli intelligence that Hamas is coming over that night. They're like, what do we do? Do we call the alarm? Well, at a minimum, what you do is you call the frontline troops and say, stand to, stand to. I mean, get everybody out, put them in their gear, get them online, get them ready, get the spotlights out. The enemy's coming over the fence. It's time to repel borders. They're like, no, don't raise the alarm. We'll talk about it in the morning. Well, they were talking about it in the morning, but they were talking about it a different way because it became true. They were taken by surprise. That's the failure. The big Israeli problem was that they had fooled themselves into believing that Hamas was incapable of launching this kind of attack, that Hamas had bought into the notion of governance. Well, Hamas was governing. What does a government do? Clayton, I mean, this is just a simple question. What does a government do when their people are oppressed, when their people are tortured, when their people are bombed, when their people are arrested, raped, murdered? A government stands up and defends them. So Hamas is a government dedicated to serving the population that elected them in. And that service is to liberate them from the Israeli oppressor. What happened on October 7th was the purest form of governance, because it was a government stepping in and standing up and fighting on behalf of an oppressed people against an occupier that refuses to change the way it does business.
And now I'll get you out here on this, Scott, which is the total destruction of Gaza. So images being shared this morning showing the comparison between Hiroshima and Gaza, and you'd be hard pressed to tell the difference when you look at these images. I mean, what city's what, and now the millions. There's all sorts of plans and rumors and speculation, I guess, but different plans that have emerged. 500,000 to Canada. Being pushed out into Ireland, into the deserts. Will the Palestinian people ever come back to the Gaza Strip, or is this done?
I don't think the Palestinian people are leaving Gaza. I think they're there to stay. I think the Palestinian people would rather have all 2 million of them die under Israeli bombs than be turned into a diaspora. That is a defeat for Palestine, because once you leave, you will never come back. You will never come back because the world doesn't care about you. The only reason why the world is talking about Palestine today is because Hamas attacked on October 7th. And the only reason why the world is turned on Israel is because the Palestinian people have stood there and say, bring it on. We got this. Yeah, they cry. Who doesn't cry when your children are slaughtered and butchered? But these aren't the people who are surrendering. These are people who are becoming stronger and stronger and stronger in the face of the Israeli aggression. The Palestinian people won't leave Gaza. It is Palestine, by the way, because to do so is the defeat of their cause. They are committing some of the greatest acts of bravery by refusing to yield to Israel. People blame Hamas, but stop blaming Hamas. Start blaming Israel. Hamas isn't dropping the bombs. Israel is. Hamas is standing up for the rights of the Palestinian people. It's Israel that oppresses these rights. For people to sit here and blame this on the people of Palestine, you're being used as human shields. You can't be used as a human shield in your own home. In your own home that has been occupied by Israel, dominated by Israel. You aren't a human shield. You are a prisoner in an open air concentration camp. So no, I don't think you're going to see anybody. Look, even the king of Jordan, who is as closely linked to Israel as you can possibly imagine, has said that the eviction of the population from Gaza would be tantamount to a declaration of war, and Jordan would treat it as such. Israel has lost, Clayton. There will be a lot of fighting left. There will be a lot of destruction. There will be a lot more death. But Israel can't flip the script on this. They have gone down a path that inevitably leads to their defeat. The question is how great this defeat will be. Because at the end of the day, there's going to be a Palestinian state. The longer Israel continues this conflict, the less control they'll have at the negotiating table where a Palestinian state is created, because the scope and scale of their defeat and their humiliation would become apparent to all. The big thing that Israel has going for it is the mythology of Israeli exceptionalism, the mythology of Israeli superiority, the mythology of an Israel that cannot fail. Well, there ain't nothing exceptional about an Israeli. They die just like everybody else. There is no superiority here. They have the greatest technology in the world, and they're getting slapped around by Hamas and by Hezbollah. And the notion that Israel is too big to fail, they're failing right now. This could be the end of the of political Zionism if Netanyahu continues to sail Israel down these stormy waters. It could be very, very bad for Israel in the future.
Yeah, we'll see if he survives. It doesn't look likely. Yeah, you great point. And during wartime, I think George W. Bush had 91% approval rating. Imagine Yankee Stadium standing up in a massive standing ovation after he throws out a first pitch after 9/11. Imagine that happening today. Imagine that happening to Benjamin Netanyahu. I can't picture it. I couldn't picture that with President Biden right now either.
No.
He'd be booed out of Yankee Stadium. Scott Ritter, always great to see you. Thank you so much for your insights as always. And this is an unbelievable. I want to have you on as regularly as I can because we're watching this sort of minute to minute, and I think your analysis is absolutely spot on. And I thank you. Thank you so much, Scott.
Thanks for having me.
I don't think I've heard anyone say that he thinks there will be a statehood resolution after this.
Well, I mean, that's a great question. Will there be a two-state solution? Will there be a one-state solution? And I think, or will there be no state at all? And I mean, I think right now, without having with what unfolds in Gaza over the next few weeks here, with a sort of 90-day timeline that Scott was just sort of talking about with supplies and whatnot, and they've really united the entire Arab world around this.
Mm-hmm.
What's going to happen here? Is there going to be no Palestinian state? They're going to be living in tents in the Egyptian desert? Is that where they're going to be? Are they going to be in Canada? 500,000, which is the plan being drawn up to have 500,000 Palestinians move to Canada. The Justin Trudeau government. We're going to talk about that on the show tomorrow. So where will Palestine be? Will it be in Palestine on those lands, or is it going to be in Canada? Is it going to be in the United States? Where will 2.3 million people go? And who's going to be willing to transport those individuals?
Well, his
and move?
prediction is that there will be a two-state solution inside the borders that are currently Israel. And I think that that's a bold prediction. I'd have to think more deeply about how viable that's been because I was reading a book this weekend by...
I mean, that's the plan all along. Right. This is the plan all along. That
it's something that leaders in Palestinian regions have been promising their people for so long.
It's what the United Nations
these empty promises have bred extremism because people just don't believe it anymore after 75 years.
And by the way, we should be very, very clear. No one on this show here at Redacted supports what happened on October 7th. I think we've said that 30 times now. War is never the answer. Killing people is never the answer. We are pro-peace.
Or stealing people, or anything involving civilians at all.
Sex trafficking, slavery, oppression of human beings. I believe we are all equal, and so no one here supports what happened on October 7th. No one supports what's happening right now, and we absolutely think that there should be a ceasefire and people should come to the table and save lives. So that's where we stand on this.
Yes.
It's that, and also it's like there's so much of this, like people when war breaks out like this, and if you go back and try to look at why it happened, people want to react as though the war just spontaneously happened, and wars don't spontaneously happen. There's always a reason behind it. And you can track this back decades. And so it's like going back and looking at those decades doesn't mean we support one side or the other. It's like, I'm very anti-war, but I also need to understand why it's going on and to take it into actual context of what's really going on and why.
And go ahead.
Well, that's a great way to prevent future wars, but our inability to do that has brought us more wars.
And I just want to say something about the people that watch this show, the audience here that is open to ideas and different viewpoints. That's why you watch this show, right? If you come with like a preset notion, you know, a preset core group of emotions and narratives that
a conviction bias.
Yeah, you come in with a conviction bias and something sort of shatters your worldview or runs up against your worldview. I know that can be very uncomfortable. Like, we used to have a tagline here on the show, which was, let's get uncomfortable, because you should be uncomfortable with things that you might not have heard before, and you're opening your eyes to it and you allow these opinions. It doesn't mean you have to hate on someone. But let me be clear about something. I know this was the case when we cover Ukraine. We absolutely have intelligence state people in the chat room. So, and we know that there are bot armies who have been created absolutely on Ukraine and now on the Mossad side with Israel. So when you see brand new accounts that are popping up on YouTube, they haven't really been, or they have old accounts that they're resurrecting and using, and they post random comments really quickly in chat rooms. Please be aware of what's happening, okay? Open your eyes to when you see trolls, a sudden surge in trolls. Please, you're not an idiot. You know exactly what's happening. And there's been a number of reports about this happening over the past few weeks. You think like the Ukrainian army of internet bots that they had set up by the CIA was strong? You have not met the Mossad Israeli side of this. I'm telling you, it is massive. So what you're seeing when you see a lot of trolls suddenly popping up in comments and they appear to be real people, they're not. Just open your eyes to that, folks. Go ahead, David.
Well, and I just want to say, like, it's like AI. Like, after you start to identify the things that show you that something is AI versus real, you know, like the little thing, like extra fingers and all that stuff. Once you notice the troll accounts and how they're talking and what they're saying and the way that they structure their usernames, then it will become more clear to you. So just learn that first. Learn to spot them, and then you'll start to see them more and more, and you'll start to identify which people are or which bots are bots and which aren't.
Yeah, exactly. AI, etc. So, yeah.
And we're not here to dig our heels in for any government.
No, because in fact, we have a whole story coming up here in just a moment about how the media is totally ignoring all of the pro-peace Jews out there who don't want war and who want a solution to this. Why is the media hiding that there are a lot of Jews, tens of thousands, who've come out to these protests? Why is the media ignoring that?
Well, this is not new. Since the 1970s, there was a post-Zionist academic and movement, and also an artistry movement of people who wanted to make movies and books and paintings to dismantle the Zionist narrative of a people without a land and a land without a people, and went through early documents of Jewish arrival back in Jerusalem in the 1920s. And those academics were either silenced or chased out of Israel and called self-hating Jews or Holocaust deniers. That's a lot of the history of those terms came from people who were self-reflective post-Zionist academics.
Yeah.
So we'll talk about all of that in a second. But first, we want to tell you about our friends over at Bank on Yourself, because are you being lied to? Wall Street tells you that if you follow their investment advice, you'll do you want to talk? Yeah, okay, let's do that. Wall Street tells you that if you follow their investment advice, you'll retire in a lower tax bracket. Yet many retirees who follow their advice are finding themselves in the highest tax bracket of their lives. But there is another way. Bank on Yourself is a better way to grow and protect your hard-earned money. This retirement plan alternative has never had a losing year in over 160 years. It's guaranteed predictable growth in retirement income. With Bank on Yourself, your plan doesn't go backwards when the markets tumble. Your principal and growth are locked in, and you're in control. You get access to your money for any purpose at any time with no questions asked, without government penalties or restrictions on how much income you can take or when you can take it. Try doing that with a Roth IRA or a Roth or an IRA or a 401k. You just can't. The rules are too strict. And if you're caught commingling your money or using that money, you're in deep doo-doo. So this is the strategy that famous businesses like McDonald's have used, and almost anyone can do it. It's built-in inflation protection. So if you want guaranteed predictable annual growth, control of your money, and tax-free retirement, then go to bankonyourself.com/redacted, and you'll get a free report with a proven retirement plan alternative the banks and Wall Street are desperately hoping that you don't hear about. So hear about it. Explore it for yourself. Go to bankonyourself.com/redacted for your free report. One more time, that's bankonyourself.com/redacted.
Chrissy A in our chat says, I ordered my magnesium and it's helping me. Thank you, Redacted.
Oh, it's great.
That's awesome, Chrissy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna
Good
take some
stuff.
tonight too after the show and feeling as sick as I am. So gonna hit the sack.
All right.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. If you subscribe to the channel, your name pops up here on the big board. So thank you when you subscribe. And it also pops up with our new graphics as well. So thank you guys for that. And thank you to hitting a new record number of subscribers here on the channel. We really appreciate that this past week. So thank you guys all for subscribing and seeking the truth with us. We don't have all the answers. We are just simply asking questions. When the media shoves narratives down our throats, we should all be questioning things. And we are navigating this crazy clown world together. So thank you guys for joining us.
All right. Well, Ukrainian President Zelensky is on a literal war path, trying to get the world to turn the cameras back on him over here, guys. Well, will it work, or is he on permanent B-list status for warmongers now that the world is so hyped up over Israel and the conflict with the Palestinians? Maybe all the air has gone out of Zelensky's green room. But is the war in Ukraine something still that the West even wants? Now that it's got what seems to be a more attention-getting one. This one is a little bit more popular, I would say. Definitely more of a money-making enterprise for powerful people, this new war, I would say. Well, I think the media is hedging its best. If media coverage of Ukraine over the weekend is any indication, NBC this weekend reported that U.S. and European officials have been quietly talking Ukraine into peace negotiations with Russia. Now, not only is this because of the pitiful state of the war right now, but also because the world maybe can only have one popular war at a time. That's why, Marvel movies don't go up against each other in the same weekend, right? It's the same thing. Here's what NBC says, that there is unease in the U.S. government. Now there's unease. It's been comfortable up until then. With how much less public attention the war in Ukraine has garnered since the Israel-Hamas war began. I mean, it's literally like, Julia Roberts out, Kate Winslet in. That's the way, it's so depressing, the way that this is presented to us as like, you know what I mean?
Right.
It says officials fear that the shift could make securing additional aid for Kiev more difficult. Some U.S. military officials have privately begun using the term stalemate to describe this battle. Some saying it may come down to which side can maintain a military force the longest. Well, we know that because Ukraine's side is funded by us. If we don't fund it any longer, that's an easy equation. This is like SAT question, you guys. The side with zero money is the side that does not last. Officials have also privately said that Ukraine likely only has until the end of the year or shortly thereafter before more urgent discussions about peace should begin. U.S. officials have shared their views on such with European allies, officials said. So let's just quickly check in on the state of that counteroffensive because it's still going on. Here is the map on the left of June 2023 when the counteroffensive, when we were told it began. The red there is Russian territory now. That was once Ukraine. Those areas there voted to become a part of Russia, asked Russia to come in and protect them. Russia did. They voted to join them. Russia's holding the line. Ukraine is throwing human lives against that line like a fly zapper, and people are dying like crazy to regain a territory that does not want to be Ukraine. So in the several months since the counteroffensive began, look at the map on the right, hasn't gone well. Looks the same. The counteroffensive cost thousands of lives, several dozens of thousands, but regained almost no territory. Now, Ukraine said that this counteroffensive, they said not that it would take back all of that land because they knew that was impossible, but that it would put them in a better negotiation position. Do you recall that?
Right.
That was literally what President Biden said, what Antony Blinken said, and what Zelensky said, that it would put them in a better position to negotiate peace. Not only did that plan not work out because they've taken back no territory and lost thousands and thousands of lives, but Zelensky seems woefully unaware that it didn't work. No apology. We took all your money and weapons. A lot of people died. We didn't get anywhere. Sorry about that. No, None whatsoever. He rejected over the weekend. On Meet the Press, he said he doesn't think this is a stalemate, and he continued to ask for more weapons, particularly air defense and fighter jets. Now, about those weapons, over the weekend, Russia said that it launched at least 15 multiple launch strikes. Now, this is Russian media, TASS, on Ukrainian military targets. They said that just in the past week, look at that number there, 1,340 people have died. In just the last week, while we've been looking at Israel, these Ukrainian lives continue to be thrown up against this line.
An entire award ceremony was decimated. So some Ukrainian commander thought it was a smart idea to grab a bunch of Ukrainians and hold an award ceremony near one of the front lines. And the Russians knew exactly what was happening and took them all out. They gathered up for an award ceremony. The Russians knew exactly what was happening, and they were gone on the front lines. So an entire section just wiped out.
Jeez.
And this is happening routinely. And of course, it's now buried in the headlines.
Yeah.
And you're not going to hear about it. And this is why Washington is like, hey, can we get out of this thing?
Right.
Can we run the other way now? We got our friends in Israel.
I mean, it would have been nice if we ran the other way before those dozens of thousands of people. Go ahead, Philip.
Oh, I was like, I kind of agree with him that it's not a stalemate, because that's not how stalemate works. It's like Russia took an amount of territory that they wanted to take, and then they're sitting there, and Ukraine is trying to take it back. Ukraine is failing to take it back. A stalemate would be that neither side can move forward or back.
Right.
Where, you know, there's no winner. But Russia's not trying to do anything else.
No,
at this point, they're just defending the territory they took.
It's like a massive wall
because the border hasn't moved.
Yeah, it's like a massive wall, and you just keep throwing bodies at it. You keep throwing people into the meat grinder. So it's not a stalemate at all. And I think the chat agrees with you, Philip, on this. A stalemate is like World War I trench warfare, where for months and months and months, there's absolutely no movement at all. And people just die of trench foot and die of consumption and die of gas attacks. But there's no movement on the front lines at all.
Right.
Nothing. And here, they're just waiting with their arms crossed while they just keep throwing young Ukrainian men and older Ukrainian men who are dying in droves. And you're literally wiping out an entire country, NATO. Way to go. Remember, this is NATO's war.
Right. Well, I'm glad you brought that up, because he said, like, look, you know, we're dying for you, but if you don't protect us, this war will move throughout other NATO countries. And then you NATO countries will have to put your sons and daughters up in a draft. He literally said draft. So I think, you know, the moral dilemma he's presenting us with is let us die. Otherwise, you will. On a soul level, that's really an unethical bargain. But I guess that's what he thinks of us, that we're okay with them dying as long as we don't have to. But Zelensky's still positive, bordering on manic about the war keeping the war going. He said this on Meet the Press over the weekend. This is a really confusing explanation he's going to give us about how he's not going to talk to Russia. He's basically like, hey, I don't answer those texts. I leave them unread. There's still a bubble next to them. I'm not going to do it. And here's why. It's very hard to follow his logic, but I guess try.
And when this focus to the Middle East, and when they try to divide the world in this crisis, Israel-Palestine crisis, and of course, Russia is very happy with this war. They don't count how many children were killed there. They don't think about the flag or nationality. We saw some moments, their attitude. We saw what was in Makhachkala in Dagestan. This is the part of Russia. This is what the biggest wave of anti-Semitism. So what they want, they just want to divide the world, to take focus from Ukraine to another war. And if it will not be enough for them, I'm again repeating, and I'm repeating in these 2 years, if it will be not enough for them, it will not be enough, because Syria was not enough. They began in Ukraine. After Ukraine, in the Middle East, they will continue their plan. And you see that Iran is supporting them, in Ukraine is supporting them with the weapon, and now in the Middle East again.
Okay.
Wow.
So
Brilliant.
that was like war bingo.
He and Kamala Harris should go on tour together and give speeches. Yeah. Can you imagine that?
Okay.
The incoherent tour.
If you had a war bingo card and you had Syria, and the Middle East and Russia, then, Ukraine is the free spot, right? That's what he's trying to say, is Ukraine has to be in the center. So since Russia is anti-Semitic and they want more anti-Semitism because of the airport attack in Dagestan, that's like saying everywhere that there is anti-Semitism is an anti-Semitic country. As Americans, I hope we reject that, because we're seeing a rise in anti-Semitism. And I don't want that to be our national identity. We should reject that. So because Russia supported Syria and Iran hates Israel and Israel likes Russia, therefore come on back to Ukraine. Got it?
Yeah.
As the centerpiece of war bingo.
Move back to Ukraine. That's a great center of.
No, he did literally make the point that like people are coming back here because we have a growing economy because
of BlackRock,
because of U.S. investments, right?
He's like, look, you can look past the fact that we are Ukraine and we applaud Nazis, right? We have standing ovations for Nazi war heroes in Canada, and we applaud that. Like, look past that. If you're Jewish, come here. We will pretend that like that never even happened, right? Come here. We've got investment happening, and we've got agriculture.
And I want to point out, too, that I feel like we have to be careful with the narrative of all these dead Ukrainians, because I don't know if you noticed, but over the weekend, I saw some journalists in journalist gear, like Fox News in Israel, on the ground with their helmets and all the other stuff, covering this. And we don't see that in Ukraine, because I don't believe that that narrative exists. Because if there were Ukrainians dying in mass like they say they are, they would be there covering it so that more people would be supportive of it.
Civilians.
They would have been covering it all along.
Civilians.
So I just kind of,
right.
Civilians you're talking about.
I'm talking about anybody, even if the soldiers were dying in mass in Ukraine, that they'd be covering it more, because it would fall into the narrative they're wanting us to think that Russia is just taking over Ukraine.
It is interesting.
You bring journalists there.
You bring up a great point, because the coverage of Ukrainian soldiers being killed, well, Ukraine has not allowed reporters to go to the front lines. So we know that.
Right.
CNN confirmed that. CNN confirmed that.
If they
and
were
MSNBC
dying,
confirmed
they
that.
would
You're not
let
allowed.
them.
You're not allowed to go to the front lines. But so that's an interesting question. Why? Because they wanted you as an American to believe that Ukraine is beating Russia, right? That no, they're not losing men. No, they're fine. That we need to keep sending weapons. They're not losing to Russia. So they had that narrative from the beginning. We're not going to show the Ukrainians being killed.
Well, Antony Blinken gave us a tour recently of graveyards. So at least we see vast swaths of cemeteries, but we don't know, right? We only get to see it if it fits the narrative. When they need our
when they change the narrative, they're like, okay, we need to now show. I guess we need to now start showing graves, and now we need there to be the sympathy tour.
Records.
The sympathy tour.
Yeah, and in Israel,
They're
it follows the narrative, so they're able to put journalists on the ground there, because it's like, hey, this fits. We can actually show that there's attacks happening. They've got proof, so it completes the narrative. So it's like, yes, journalists on the ground.
Wait, what's Philip trying to say, please?
Sorry,
I'm just saying they're spinning both records. They're spinning both stories. They're and it's the problem. I think it's the confusion with the war in Ukraine is they're like, Ukraine is winning. They can't possibly lose to Russia because Russia's an inferior force. And we put all this money into Ukraine that they can't possibly lose. They're doing amazing. This counteroffensive is doing amazing, and they're losing hundreds of thousands of people. And they're pulling both narratives to like pull on all the heartstrings at once. But then it's like they don't even care anymore that it's a confusing narrative, that they're saying both stories.
They don't expect us to be smart enough to see that, Philip. So stop being so smart.
I mean, early on it was Ukrainians are not being killed. A Ukrainian grandmother is so skilled that she can shoot down Russian jets with like her drone or whatever. Like that's the kind of stories we were hearing. The Ghost of Kiev, right? The Snake Island.
Yeah.
Tell those Russians to go F themselves, and then we're going to shoot them. And that none of that stuff ever happened. And Ukrainians aren't being killed.
Right. If it was really happening, we wouldn't have been covering stories where they had to have bodies laying there that got up after they drove past.
Right.
There would have actually been bodies.
Actors laying on the floors. Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, in fact, Zelensky, let's go back around to his media tour because it's just not going so well. You recall he was canceled from a speech from European Parliament in October, and then he tried to make an offer to go to Israel, and the Israeli government said, not right now, we're kind of busy. He made another attempt at a trip to Israel, and that was leaked to the press, and the trip may be canceled again. Here's from the Times of Israel that they say the Zelensky visit now up in the air after a leak to Israeli TV because he really wanted to bring the optics of himself in the center of this war, to bring himself back to the epicenter of all, like I said, World of Warcraft. So Zelensky has also said that Russia is dominating the skies in this war. So that's why he needs more fighter jets. But Ukraine is doing a great job in the sea. He says in the Black Sea, we're good there. That's where we're dominating. Okay, interesting, because Russia this week launched this video saying that they have successfully tested a ballistic missile that traveled several thousand kilometers away from its launch from a nuclear-powered submarine. That's not a territory I'd like to play in, but they still, I guess, feel confident. Now, NBC asked President Zelensky about President Trump's assertion that he'd be able to end the war in 24 hours. Here's what Zelensky had to say about that.
President Trump, who is the GOP frontrunner, has said that if he is reelected, he could end this war in 24 hours. What is your reaction and message to former President Trump about that?
Former President Trump said that about 24 hours that he can manage it and finish the war. For me, what can I say? So he's very welcome, first of all. President Biden was here, and I think he understood some details, which you can understand only being here. So I invite President Trump, if he can come here, I will need 24 minutes. Yes, 24 minutes, not more. Yes, not more, 24 minutes to explain President Trump that he can't manage this war. He can't bring peace because of the Putin. But always have if he's not trying, and if he's not ready to give our territory for this terrible man, for the Putin. If you are not ready to give it, if you are not ready to give our independence, he can't manage it. Yes.
The Putin.
Yes. Okay.
Well, I can't
so
clean my room because of the Putin.
We're calling him the Putin now, like the Rock or the Dude.
The dude abides.
The dude abides. Yeah.
The Putin abides. I can't clean my room tonight. I can't do the dishes tonight because of the Putin.
Yeah.
That'll be my new excuse.
All right. Also, Trump or any other politician cannot end the war if they cannot refuse funding for the war. It's really he or she who holds the purse strings who will be able to end the war. He's saying if they don't give us our independency, well, Ukraine is independent right now. They are not financially independent. They can still be sovereign if they negotiate those red borders that we talked about before, leave those people as they are, as they voted. Ukraine is independent. You can remain. You can walk away, have plenty of people who either will or will not vote for you. The problem is he's canceled elections, so he doesn't have any consequence right now. And if the war ends, he will face a ballot box. So now Zelensky, he threw in a little flattery of President Biden, hoping that this would go a long way for President Biden's election campaign and maybe to curry back favor with the Biden administration. Watch.
By the way, he was here, and I think he's strong man. And he was in historical moment. He's a hero because he was in those moments under Russian missile attack. But he was here, and he understood more about Ukraine. Yes, he knew Ukraine even before this invasion. Yes.
Okay, that's total bullshit.
Which bullshit?
The Biden.
There's been so much.
I know there's so much bullshit there. Let's dig it out.
That he's strong.
Okay, that's total bullshit. Yeah, that Biden's,
he's a strong man.
The Biden's a strong man. Okay, no, that Biden is so brave. He came to Kiev when he was under attack by Russian missiles.
Yes, that's bullshit.
Right now, I did a whole takedown of that BS on the show when that happened about a year ago because they had a secret back channel discussion with Moscow. Said Biden's flying to Kiev, and through their intermediaries, we're like, yeah, we're not going to do anything. Like, we're not going to do anything. Don't worry. There's no attacks coming of Kiev. We promise you, nothing like that's going to happen.
There has not been for nearly 2
and there
years.
hasn't been. And so when Biden was walking across the promenade there, they sounded the air raid alarms for fakery,
For theater.
For propaganda. There was no attack. They ran the air raid sirens. Are like, look, Biden's under attack by Putin, literally at the moment that he's walking with Zelensky. Like, the timing is amazing.
Yeah.
So what a brave man he is.
And a strong man. It's, like when an elderly gentleman brags about how much they can eat because they're so virile.
Yeah.
He's in good shape.
It's like those CNN reporters that like put on the hard hat helmets and they jump down in like ditches, nowhere near. They're like, we're under attack. And then there's like kids playing on their bikes, riding by like in the background. He's a strong man. Okay. Go ahead, Philip. Sorry.
Oh, I hope we're now going to start seeing the Biden like AI, like where he's all beefy and like buff, like you ever see the Trump memes that go around where like, people for whatever reason will like make these pictures of Trump where he's like just
Rambo.
Jacked. Like I want to see those from Biden now too, and see how they just put them side by side.
Hasn't anyone done that? Like,
I don't know that anyone wants to see that.
Biden on the Peloton.
A beefy Biden. No one wants to see that.
I don't know.
No one wants to see that.
If you've been around for a while, when I first started doing Redacted, like in the first month, I got a high five on Peloton from Joseph Biden. And I'm pretty sure it was like a verified account. So I wonder if he's still hopping on the Peloton as a strong man. I don't know. I am no longer on Peloton. Don't try and find me there. You can't high five me. But you can high five us here. You can also hit like on this video. You can share it with your friends. You can subscribe to the channel. We really appreciate it. We've got more news to get to. Coming up, we're going to talk about the post-Zionist movement. We're going to talk about people who are Jewish and not Zionists. We're going to talk about what that even means, it to be a peace-loving Jew. That's a possibility. We're going to talk about all the flavors that are available to all members of society. And especially the peace-loving ones. Do you want to say something first?
I do, because someone just asked, thank you, Anwar, in our chat for our $4.99 super chat. Just said, I'm sorry, I'm just joining. Have you guys discussed the presence of the Ohio-class submarine in the Mediterranean yet? No, we didn't talk about that exclusively or specifically here on the show. But yes, that happened on November 5th. The Ohio-class submarine arrived in the United States Central Command area, basically of responsibility. And what that basically means is, according to the Law of Discoveries Authority, is that the Central Command Authority, because I was reading all about this last night, I was trying to really like, how does this change things? It's a strategic moves, they say, carries significant implications under international law, particularly the United States nation and their convention on the law of the sea, basically. So putting an Ohio-class submarine in these waters is a first and a big change. So we're going to keep our eye on that, and we're going to be talking to some military strategists on that. So thank you for your super chat, but that's a big deal. Yeah. So if you think things aren't changing right now, and these pieces on the chessboard aren't moving, they are, and it's very, very scary what's unfolding right before our eyes, unfortunately.
All right. Well, we're going to talk about the Zionist movement that we just spoke about. We're also going to talk about the lack of freedom of speech in Europe. Extremely concerning. But first, we want to tell you about our friends over at Indeed, because the thing about running your own business is that every single hire counts, and no hiring partner understands that like Indeed. Indeed is the hiring platform where you can attract, interview, and hire all in one place. So don't spend hours on multiple job sites looking for candidates with the right skills when you can do it all with Indeed. Find top talent fast with Indeed's suite of powerful hiring tools like Indeed Instant Match, assessments, and virtual interviews. With Instant Match, as soon as you sponsor a post, you'll get a short list of quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description, and you can invite them to apply right away. Now, Indeed knows when you're growing your business, you have to make every dollar count. So that's why you only pay for quality applications that match your must-have job restrictions. Indeed knows, again, that when you're doing everything for your company, you can't afford to overspend on hiring. So visit Indeed.com/redacted right now to start hiring and let them know that we sent you. Again, that's Indeed.com/redacted. Indeed.com/redacted. Terms and conditions apply. Cost per application pricing not available for everyone. If you need to hire, you need Indeed.
All right, see if I don't cough during this next segment here. So here we'll get a little swig of and if you guys subscribe to the channel, your name will pop up here. Thank you guys. We had a record number of new subscribers
last week.
Yeah, over the
when
past.
I was alone.
No, over the past.
When you were off the show.
It was weird. As soon as I came back, we got a whole bunch of new subscribers. So thank you guys so much. I really appreciate that. Really great to see all of you guys.
I did fixate over our average viewers. And I'm like, okay, so there's probably, I broke it down in thirds. Like maybe there's a third that like Clayton and a third that like me and a third that like us together. So
Yeah.
I should not fixate on this. We just got to bring you our best show. But that shows me that I'm still like a fifth grader who
Hey,
wants to
I
be
have
liked.
12 fans too.
Yes.
I have 12. So.
Yes, and so does Philip, and so does Grim, and so do our dogs. But no, nice to see the close to 35,000 of you across all of our platforms. You're watching us live tonight. 35,000 of you watching us live. That's bigger than some concerts in big arenas. So thank you guys for seeking the truth with us. Again, we don't have all the answers. We are seeking the truth here together and navigating this crazy clown world. Our motto, our pronouns are question everything. What are your pronouns? Let us know in the comments below. All right. Why is the mainstream media hiding the fact that thousands upon thousands of Jews have joined together with pro-Palestinian protests to say enough is enough, end this war, end the killing, end the fighting? Some are organized, some, and actually many more, of course, are not organized. They're coming out and they're calling for a ceasefire. I find this fascinating. It's almost like the mainstream news media has an agenda, doesn't want you to know about it. The mainstream media wants you to believe that all Jews are fine with the destruction of Gaza, and they are going after Hamas because of what happened on October 7th, and everyone is unified. They won't even show you really the protests in Israel out in front of Benjamin Netanyahu's offices, right? Everyone's unified, and all Jews are pro going into Gaza, pro going after Hamas. That's it. No, there's no gray area here at all.
No diversity of thought.
Yeah, no diversity of thought. That's how the mainstream media wants you to think about this. And that everyone is going to these protests, by the way, are all pro-Hamas. So everyone going to these protests are terrorists or I don't know, they're pro-Hamas, they're anti-Semites. So that's who's going to these protests. That's how the mainstream media is portraying this with all these anti-Semitic slogans. And yes, there have been plenty of anti-Semitic slogans at these protests. There's been vile things said about Jews at these protests. We've covered them. There's been a lot of that. So there's no like hiding of what's been said. There's been swastikas showing up at these protests. I saw one picture of one guy with a phone with his swastika held up during one of these pro-Palestinian protests. Of course, the media zeroed right in on that guy, right? But why do you think they're not
out of Trudeau's book?
Right, exactly. So why do you? I'll ask this in the comments though. Like, why do you think they're portraying it this way? I mean, I don't have the answers, so I'm just throwing it out to you guys. Why do you think the media is portraying it this way? We'll let you decide on this. We're not going to force it down your throats. You guys make your own decisions about this. But we want to shine a light on this story because the mainstream media is ignoring it for some reason, and I find it fascinating. And that's what we do here on Redacted is cover the stories the mainstream media ignores. So this weekend, hundreds of thousands of people all over the world, from India to London to America, all over, came out to protest the war and demand a ceasefire to stop the horrific killing of civilians. And yes, I will even make fun of a protester calling for anti-war who is wearing a mask outside. But to read the headlines and watch the coverage, you think it's only Palestinians who came to a protest, or as some news outlets called them, pro-Hamas protests. They literally labeled them pro-Hamas protests. That's it. It's Arabs versus Jews, and there's no gray area whatsoever. There can't possibly be Jews that don't want the destruction of all of Palestine or all Palestinians to be killed and pushed out of the Gaza Strip. Oh, but there are.
We have one on our show all the time. Meet Dan Cohen.
Yeah, the others exactly. And many are organized. And again, many are not organized. And here's just a small sampling from this weekend of some of these protests, Jewish Americans and others against the war coming out to these protests that the media has ignored.
I'm a Jewish person. I am totally anti-Zionist on principle. Zionism is a racist settler colonial ideology that is responsible for 75 years of brutality, and that is responsible for producing the resistance against it. I just tell people there's nothing anti-Semitic about calling for equality. What's anti-Semitic about saying all people deserve to be treated equally? That's what this movement is about, right? The call for a free Palestine from the river to the sea is the call for equal rights for everybody. The complete opposite of what the Israeli regime has been about for 75 years.
So that river to the sea comment, ooh, could really come back to haunt that guy, right? That's what people describe as a terrorist comment, right? He's calling for there. He's calling basically for terrorism from the river to the sea.
What do you mean by that?
Well, it's a phrase born out of Yasser Arafat's era, of course, in the 1960s. And it's a phrase that refers to having a free Palestine from the River Jordan to the Mediterranean Sea.
Oh.
Under basically what the United Nations had laid out, essentially, the connection between those points, where you would have this sort of strip of land right through the middle of what is now Israel, but what was Palestine. But this area would be for Palestinians. And of course, it was rejected. And, we can go down that rabbit hole. But anyway, that's where that comes from, of course. But that's being labeled by some. If you hear that being shouted at a rally, that's a call for terrorism. That's a call for terrorism. That's a call for the eradication of Jews.
He was meaning it as
a Jew.
A two-state solution.
Yes.
That's
or
what he...
an adherence to the Oslo Accords. I don't know what was in his mind, and I'm not going to speak for that gentleman. Or an adherence to the United Nations after World War II and what the plan was. So maybe that's what he's referring to. I don't exactly know, but certainly not what it looks like today.
Can we have a little bit of a talk, though, about the definition of Zionism, though? Because I think it means different things to different people. For some, it just means Israel's right to exist as a Jewish state. I think that's a very distracting question, whether or not Israel should exist. For others, it means pro-Netanyahu government, right? And others, I just think that it's thrown around in a strange way because, and then it becomes a way that, either that is thrown against anti-Semitism. Like, I don't think the two things go.
Well, they're conflating.
Right.
So the major problem that people are doing right now today is that they're conflating anti-Zionism, political Zionism, and they're conflating it with anti-Semitism. And this is where people go off the rails, right? So you have Jews who were, in concentration camps in Auschwitz. You had Jews who escaped from Auschwitz, who then went to their Zionist leaders, went to the heads of the Jewish leadership in Hungary and in Budapest and other areas, and reported what was happening at Auschwitz. We just got out of there. We're the first 2 Jews to ever escape. Hundreds of thousands more Jews are going to be killed. You need to stop this. But the Zionists, of course, had collaborated with the Nazis to protect themselves, to build power. Well known that they've collaborated with the Nazis. This is highly documented.
Well, they had a shared goal of the exodus of Jews from Eastern Europe in order to establish a state inside Jerusalem. So in and around Jerusalem.
So, and in fact, the Jews that escaped from Auschwitz said that they felt that the Zionists were just as contemptible as the Nazis because they did nothing, and they collaborated with the Jews. They collaborated with the Nazis to kill hundreds of thousands of Jews in the concentration camps, specifically at Auschwitz is what I'm referring to from that example.
Well, I just would like to put a little context on this anti-Zionism, because there was in the 70s and 80s a post-Zionist academic movement. There's a great book about this called The Idea of Israel by Ilan Pappé. And what he says is that academics, historians, anthropologists, artists, filmmakers all had this movement to basically what the United States has done is reconcile our history of slavery and admit it as a part of that, to dismantle the Zionist narrative that that land was just there and waiting for them in order to create a peaceful existence. That's the reason for this. Now, this was very much shut down by the Israeli government. Those academics either had a full-on mea culpa turnaround like Benny Morris, or were expelled from Israel or felt chased out of Israel. And so that is where the government started using this term self-hating Jew for these people who just wanted to reconcile this past and create a peaceful solution for the future. And also the idea of Holocaust deniers, because they wanted to not deny that the Holocaust happened, but acknowledged the Zionist collaboration in it. And that is because otherwise, most of you might think like, who denies the Holocaust, right? That is a very powerful term to put down this academic movement that the Israeli government did not want, the conversation they never wanted to have. And now we're having it.
EL, thank you for your super chat, says EL Herzog, and the super chat says, Israelis are unified in their determination to destroy Hamas, not to kill all Palestinians. Maybe you should tell that to some of the leadership, by the way, similar to how the Allies were determined to destroy the Nazis, but not all Germans. Okay, I take your point. That's interesting to hear that. I don't know we can ever paint one people with one, like they're all unified against this.
Sure.
They all feel this way. Like, have you asked all 5 million of them? Like, that's how you feel? Because there's a hell of a lot of people right now protesting for Netanyahu to resign. So it seems like there's a pretty big conflict as far as what people believe in Israel right now. And not everyone's on the same page with everything, but I'd love to hear. We've certainly featured interviews from people here who think that all Palestinians, regardless of a Hamas affiliation, should be wiped off the face of the earth. That they are human animals. They're basically animals. That's the reference. So are those people, how do those people, how do you square that, like those different viewpoints on that? I don't like painting everybody with one broad brush like that.
Right. And the people who do not support a ceasefire because of this appetite for killing Hamas, I really want to know how then you reconcile the fact that it's become so much more violent than that. Is that still okay for this end goal? Right.
Yeah.
And when I have conversations with people about this, can't support a ceasefire because we must put down Hamas, my answer is I'm never going to be convinced that bombs and weapons are the answer. I just won't. So that's one bit of it. But also our history on the war on terror over the last 3 decades has shown us that anytime you try and stamp up terror, you inspire others. And so until we get to the root of this, we just have a warring planet. And that, I guess, is what we're agreeing to.
So these Jews believe the real enemy of Israel are the corrupt Zionist leaders. That's who's been showing up to these protests. And these anti-Zionist Jews are showing up all over these protests. And Muslims were thanking them. Here's one Muslim caught on camera over the weekend, thanking the Jews who are calling for a ceasefire, going up to them and giving them a kiss on the cheek and saying, thank you for calling out these Zionists. And this young man, he's like, okay, thank you. Here's a hug. And just reading sort of like the comments on that, people are like, we need more of this, like love in the world, the peace. Yes, bring peace. It was amazing to read some of the responses to this. These anti-Zionist Jews are showing up all over these protests. And again, Muslims were thanking them for it. Here's these Jews believe that the real enemy of Israel are the corrupt Zionist leaders who don't give a rat's ass about Judaism at all. They wear it like a blanket. They used to believe that, of course, Zionists kicked Palestinians out of their homes and aligned themselves with Western warmongers. And you were seeing it from all of these different protests, like this gentleman. I'm a Jew. Stop killing.
What do I think? I think they're all foolish because one thing was built by itself in order to expand their territory, and that innocent people are paying for it. I also think that the Palestinian people shouldn't be losing their whole country because a bunch of greedy Jews, and I'm talking about the Khazarians. I'm not talking about the Hasidics. The Hasidics, the only thing that they wanted was to be in Jerusalem. They weren't concerned about all the other areas. Palestinians never had a problem with Jews, the Hasidics, the real Israelites, coming and being in Jerusalem. They shared the space. The problem is when you got Zionists that, we watched a podcast yesterday that talked about Zionists, what the original Zionists were about, and these people who are claim the title Zionist have perverted the true meaning of it. You know, so you know it's like this. You know, the thing is this is all news that needs to be seen, and often doesn't, and that's the reason that I'm playing it, is because it is a good topic of conversation, and also kind of gives people an insight and an update, you know, on a consistent basis as to what's really going on. Now, you know, it's very seldom that we get people that are telling us the truth where it comes to world news. And you know, it's and that's why I'm doing what I'm doing, is because it, you know, it's not just about America, it's about the world, you know. And you know, that's just the way it's got to go. But you know, I'm sure that John will type in his opinion without any hitch or giddy up. In Slow Country, I don't know if he's still in chat, but I know he had to go pick up his kids. He got back home and he's still got more stuff to do. He's got to feed them and all that other stuff. I don't know why you got to feed kids. You know, it's like they just grow like weeds. The more you feed them, the more they grow. You know, it's like, stop feeding your kids, because then they'll stay small forever. You know, it'd be better to have a bunch of runts running around than a bunch of these things that we see coming out of the colleges these days. So stop feeding your kids. No, I'm joking. Don't stop feeding your kids. Feed your kids. Okay. All right. Bye.
Stop killing. Jews who are speaking out against the war, of course, are getting death threats. So if you are Jewish and you're speaking out against this and you're calling attention to this, there's been a lot of death threats leveled against these individuals, unfortunately, because it goes against the narrative. And that's why you're not seeing it in the mainstream media. It's well documented. Here's just one example. Here was an anti-Zionist portion of one of these rallies, and you can see how heated it gets from people that are not in agreement with these anti-Zionist Jews. Watch. He's asking, do you care about Jewish people? Do you care about Jewish people?
Be ashamed of yourself right now! Be ashamed of yourself! Disgusting creatures!
They're creatures. They're creatures. So it's well documented that Zionists collaborated with Hitler and the Nazis. Very clearly, any idiot with a brain can read a history book and see how well documented that is. They openly allowed the deaths of hundreds of thousands of Jews while protecting and enriching themselves. Jews that escaped Auschwitz, as we talked about here, told the Zionists what was happening and unfolded in the concentration camps. Those that escaped Auschwitz believed that the Zionists were just as bad as the Nazis. And I saw a bunch of people in the chat saying, fact, fact, fact. Yeah, read a book, understand your history.
Yeah, this is, it's
well known.
It's very uncomfortable, but it's not hard to verify.
Well, and I have a lot of Israeli friends, and the Israeli friends tell me, they're like, yeah, it was unbelievable in the early days, right after the war. When Jews who were in concentration camps were coming back to Israel, there was this, we don't even believe that you were in a concentration camp from the Zionists. We don't even, that you're making that up. We don't believe it.
Well, there
until
was a
the show
prejudice
context.
against people who did not leave early and then were victimized when they did arrive. There was also a major political movement to get into survivors camps after the war and recruit those people to go to Israel, because many of them wanted to get the heck out of the region, out of the time zone. A lot of them wanted to go to the UK or the US, and they were conscripted.
So this weekend, as Zions decided to yell at Jews who were protesting the war, here's what she said to them. Here, listen to her.
Too bad, but we're here and you're gonna go to hell.
So,
that's a
so
nice thing
she's
to
telling those anti-war, anti-Zionist Jews that Hitler made a mistake in not putting you in a gas chamber.
That's awful.
and that she would be okay though as a Zionist. She'd be fine, right? Because she's one of the wealthy elites, I guess, and powerful, and she would have been helping to coordinate that, I guess. Unbelievable. Imagine saying that to another human being.
No,
I couldn't imagine. Like, did you see the videos on Twitter also of the Israeli police throwing Jews around that were?
Yeah.
Yes.
That was.
Yeah.
Let me finish eating my ramen noodles, and then I will tell you.
The end. Yeah, exactly. The pro-peace Jews who, and being thrown around by
In
police.
Israel.
Right. But then you won't see that. You'll only see that on social media. You're not going to see that on NBC Nightly News or CNN or Fox News or anything, because it goes against the narrative. Right. So, but, instead of covering the mainstream media, instead of covering these nuanced stories because they're uncomfortable, they then hide it. The Western media, Western leaders have taken to labeling these protests as hate marches. So if you were there and you were like pro-peace and you don't want people dying, like that Jewish guy who was like, hey, I'm a Jew and I absolutely don't want people to be killed. And you're a hate marcher. That's who you are. Here's UK Home Secretary saying police should decide for themselves if these protesters, should be arrested, thrown in prison for carrying out what she calls hate marches. She dances around, though, whether the police should outright arrest them. She's like, I'll let that up to them to decide. But yeah, I really believe that they're fomenting terror. Listen.
So to be clear, you don't think it should go ahead? I think I've been pretty clear that these are hate marches. They are, I think chanting of jihad on the streets of Britain in the 21st century is utterly despicable. And I don't see how any decent person or how the vast majority of the British people can find that to be acceptable behaviour. It's sickening.
You call them hate marches. Do you think everyone on these marches is hateful, as you put it?
I think, as I say, if you've seen images of hundreds of people chanting jihad, being corralled to do
Everyone,
so,
even on the fringes of these marches, is hateful.
Chanting from the river to the sea, which is a call to arms used by terrorists, celebrating the largest single loss of Jewish life since the Holocaust, glorifying acts of terrorism. I don't think there's any other way but to call them hate marches.
Well, there are a couple of other ways you could label them, but you do you. By the way, look at the reporter's face when she's explaining what she's hearing, and she gives her a couple of opportunities, to say like, "Hey, are you really going along with this? I'm giving you an opportunity.
You want to double down here, girl?
Double down on this. These are hate marches. Like, are you going to go with that or not?" Her face was amazing. So here's a sampling. If you want to just see some sampling of all of these hate marches this weekend, watch the hate. This was London. Thousands there. They're chanting "Free Palestine."
Every
Occupation
minute we waste,
no more.
people are being killed in Gaza in real time. And I think people understand that. And that's why thousands, tens of thousands of people are gathered here today.
A lot of hate. A lot of hate there. A lot of hate. Now, I should be clear, as I covered earlier in this segment, there absolutely has been hate. There has been anti-Semitism. There's been really vile things leveled against Jews at some of these other protests. We've talked about it here on the show. Absolutely. There's been awful and vile things. But to label these people and Jews coming together with Palestinians and calling for peace, labeling them hate marchers, labeling them, just by using the word jihad, which is a totally conflated word, by the way, and totally taken out of context as well. That's been, since 9/11, that's been a word that's been bastardized by extremists. So there's other things you could label these things, but I think it's amazing that the Western media is totally hiding this story and not calling attention to the fact that, yes, there are Jews who want peace, who don't want people being killed. And that doesn't mean you're pro-Palestine.
Or that you don't care about the October 7th attacks.
Right. I mean, this is what, so someone in the chat just a second ago, Nathaniel says, redacted is pro-Palestine. You make me sick. Thank you, Nathaniel. I'm sorry that you're sick because we do not like people being killed. and we actually want a ceasefire and for there to be cooler heads to prevail and come together at a table and actually have a talk and a discussion about some sort of a solution. I don't have the solution, whether it's a 2-state, 1-state, or no state. I have no idea. Well, all I know is I don't want people dying, and I don't want war, and I don't want people being killed on either side. October 7th, we condemned what Hamas did to innocent people and to those soldiers and taking hostages. And we're condemning what's happening now in Palestine. We're not pro-Palestine or pro-Israel. We're pro-human being, for crying out loud.
Exactly. We're pro the human beings of the world that get caught in the middle of this government wars. These are wars started by governments, fought by governments, and innocent people just get in the way of their agendas. We're for the innocent people around the world that get caught up in this shit.
Yeah, I was in America this week, and I was in a bunch of spots in America. And I was talking to a bunch of different people who are redacted viewers, and it was funny to hear from them. They were like, "We are anti-war," and well, you would think, oh, Americans must all be warmongers. No, it's the government. It's the governments that are warmongering and fomenting these wars around the world. It's not the American people. The American people want to grow up and have their beautiful families and have the kids go to a great school and have a job and groceries they can afford and come home at the end of the day and play, soccer in the backyard with their son and daughters. That's what they want. They don't want wars. But that's what these governments want, and that's what these governments are doing. They're making money off of it. They're making billions of dollars off of it, and these innocent people get caught in between.
And that's also why you don't see that on the mainstream media. You don't see all the wars we're in. You don't see all the destruction, because if people knew that, like when people found out about Vietnam, millions of people went to New York and protested, because if people know that there's war, they protest. And this is a very, the media is covering this war extensively. And that's why you're seeing these huge numbers of people protesting all around the world. And that's exactly why it's hidden from the United States, because they know that if they show too much, they show the caskets coming home in the airplanes, they show the reality of war, we stand up against it because we all hate it.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I want to kind of dissect that comment a little bit, though, because it's weird to me, because we're coming out saying we're anti-war. We don't believe that people in Palestine should be just carpet bombed. And the person's like, well, that makes you pro-Palestinian. That makes me sick. So if you drill it down, saying I don't want Palestinians bombed is offensive enough to somebody that makes them sick. That means that the opposite of that must make them feel well, which is carpet bombing civilians. And that is just mind-blowing to me that you would take that stance.
So Nathaniel will ask you that, right? To Philip's point. Philip's very smart. So then the opposite must be true, right? If you're pro-Palestine, right? Or you say it, Philip. So that must...
If you're against a ceasefire.
Right, if you're against a ceasefire.
Yeah, if us saying stop bombing civilians in Palestine makes us pro-Palestinian, and that therefore makes you sick, then what makes you well? To me, what you're saying is what makes you well. Then what makes you happy is the actual carpet bombing of civilians in Palestine.
Yeah,
right.
Because
so Nathaniel, let's ask you.
Go. At no point did we say we are pro-Hamas, because who is? We're saying we're pro like the civilians of Palestine. And that makes this person sick, that we want them to survive.
Right.
Just like regular families living their lives, us wanting them to have that opportunity is a sickening act.
Yeah.
Nathaniel, we'll ask you, do you enjoy that? Do you enjoy carpet bombing of innocent people? Like, does that make you happy at night when you're sitting around the dinner table with your wife or whatever? Do you talk about you enjoy
and
that? Do you
there
seek
voices?
those videos out on social media? Do you go on Telegram and look at people being slaughtered? Like, does that make you happy? Seriously, it's a great question. If the opposite makes you sick, peace makes you sick,
then war makes you happy.
Then war must make you happy.
Well, and to defend, not to defend what he's saying, but to defend him a little bit, like we don't know. We know that the mainstream media tells people lies. We know that people get their information from things that aren't true. So sometimes when they believe those awful things, it's because they believe the narrative that they've been given through propaganda, and they think things have happened that actually haven't. And if you think those things have happened, then maybe you are more apt to really solidly plant a flag, because I can't think another human being would think that if they knew what was actually going on over there. So that tells me maybe they actually don't.
Yeah, because we just got a super chat here from RTX. Says, why does the mainstream media, and why does no one in the mainstream media ask Israel hey, Israel, why did you create Hamas and ISIS? We, at the very outset of this conflict, we specifically talked about that here on this show. Of course, Hamas was funded by Israel and the United States. They had no weapons until the United States made them what they are today. And Israel's open about it. Netanyahu admitted, of course, they were funding Hamas. So they created Hamas. Yeah, it's a great question. No one in the mainstream media will ask that question. No one in the White House press corps is going to raise their hand and ask Corinne Jean-Pierre, like, you know, how does President Obama feel about having helped create Hamas?
Right.
Or like adding to it, you know?
One voice that I haven't seen very much, and maybe it's just, you know, the algorithm is not surfacing these voices to me. So if you've seen, is people who felt like, oh, we need our revenge on Hamas, let's go Israel, and then has seen the extent of this coverage and was like, oh, this is not what I meant. That's too much, right? It's like when you tell your boyfriend to go beat up someone that hit on you, and then your boyfriend beats that person until they're almost dead, right? And it's like, wait a minute, this is not exactly, this is, you know what I mean?
Did that happen?
No.
Okay.
It was in a book that I read recently. It's like, actually, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry. That maybe that analogy didn't land. No.
Well, no, I get your point where you're like, oh, that might be nice. That guy was, I wouldn't say hitting on me. That would be a sociopathic. But if a guy did something bad to you, like, you know,
Okay, the specific example in Trevor Noah's book, he talks about how some boys were mean to him and he told his stepdad, and his stepdad went and beat the ever-loving crap out of these young boys because he was violent, the stepdad, and he knew it. So he like set a pit bull on somebody, and then when he saw how bad that kid got hurt, he felt bad about it. It was like, whoa, I took that too far. So I'm asking, are there voices like that? That's like, oh, I wanted revenge, but not like this. Right. Have you seen voices like this that maybe I'm missing because the algorithm doesn't? Because surely the mainstream media is not going to give those people voices, but they must be out there. So let me know.
Well, I think we've had a great show tonight. And I think I love all of the back and forth discussion. I think we have the smartest audience in I don't know, what do you call this? Television, in YouTube, in Rumble,
in broadcast.
In broadcast. I love the back and forth with you guys. Again, we don't have all the answers and we don't pretend to. All we are is pro peace, and we're asking questions of these leaders who lie to us on a regular basis. They have the billion-dollar intelligence apparatus and machine that are controlling everything that you see and hear. And, you know, I think it's important for us to ask these questions. We're up against that wall of these people. So I think it's, you know, that's what we try to do here on this show. So, yes, you know what? I think we've gone on long enough. I can't really breathe anymore. I need to go take some NyQuil or something.
Oh, that sounds like a party.
Yeah.
Let's go do that.
I've talked too much.
Can I
thank
get in
you.
on that?
Yeah. No, I mean, I had an overnight. I was, you know, I was in America and then flying, and then overnight flights and cold air blowing on you from the airplane vents and all that stuff. And to all the people I saw in Philadelphia yesterday, great to see you guys. Go Eagles! And had a delicious cheesesteak there. It was so great to be back in Philly.
All right. Well, tomorrow we'll maybe talk a little bit more about these rallies that we've just shown you and whether or not they're going to be legal for much longer in Europe, as various governments are going to have started to criminalize what you can and cannot say in your peaceful rhetoric or otherwise what governments find offensive. So we'll leave it at that.
Yeah. I was going to say, we're also going to be looking at there's a secret memo basically leaked, a project plan for the movement of Palestinians out of Palestine into other countries. And Canada is at the top of the list. So will upwards of hundreds of thousands of Palestinians be moved to Canada as part of the Trudeau government's plan in collaboration with Israel. We'll talk about all of that on the show tomorrow. Don't forget to subscribe to the newsletter. Redacted.inc is the place to go. And we will see you back here tomorrow at 4 p.m. Eastern time, 4 p.m. guys. Have a great night, everyone.
Yeah, it was a pretty open topic there. Thought that it was a good. That was a good podcast, and I wanted to share it with you guys. So. Some of you may not have liked it. Some of you may have liked it. Some of you, hey, I can't make everybody happy, but I do my best. I want to see if there's anything new has come up in here. Okay, nothing in that one. And let's check the popular, because oftentimes they'll throw it in there instead. Let's see. Nope, I'm not seeing anything. That's it. True Social. Actually, let's go to the U.S. debt clock. Slow Country, are you sitting right there? You still got the link for the cast. Why don't you come up and talk about the debt clock and Ingersoll Rand and how that all intermingles? And here he is. Okay, I'm going to continue to eat my ramen noodles. You go ahead, go into the topic of the debt clock and Ingersoll Rand and how those two seem to be throwing themselves into a equal farce.
All right. So, for those of you that don't know, there's been some breaking news here out in Pennsylvania. They actually shut down the voting machines in several districts because of machines flipping votes, which is forcing the powers that be to start handing out provisional ballots. Just wanted to put that out there. I dropped a link to it in the chat just a little bit ago. So there's that. Give me just a second. Let me go shut my door here. Okay, so the debt clock. Let's see what we're at here. The debt clock. Let me go back here. All right.
Go ahead and do your present thing, and I'll give you control of the screen.
Okay.
Or, well, you can do a share screen. You know what I mean.
Okay.
But I'm keeping myself muted because I'm shoving food down my.
Would help if I hit the right button. Okay, so debt clock. Let's see here. So we go here to the Ingersoll Lockwood website. Click on the F. It's going to bring us to the debt clock. As we see here, we're still at 33 trillion. But what I find interesting is you look down here at the M2. Oh, crap.
They don't see it. It's still got the Ingersoll Lockwood on there.
All right, there we go.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm still getting used to the updates from StreamYard. So if we look here, down here at the M2 money supply, notice how that's dropping. And as that's dropping, the U.S. Treasury dollars is climbing. Very interesting. But our secret window for today is, but as the days of Noah were, so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be. Pretty interesting. So let me go back here to the Ingersoll Lockwood, and we have two icons today. So we have the one from yesterday, which is right here. Oh, nope, I take that back. This is the new one that I was talking about. So let me go back here. This is the one from yesterday. Nope, that one's new too. Wow, they updated it. Okay. So we have here, the one on the left-hand corner says Chasing Rabbits. Heart Light, shining for 25 years. It's that website that it took us to yesterday. And then down the caption says, now the Lord is the Spirit, and where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is freedom. And we all, who with unveiled faces contemplate the Lord's glory, are being transformed into his image with ever increasing glory, which becomes from the Lord, who is the Spirit. 2 Corinthians 3:17-18. So that is pretty interesting. And then down here, when things don't come together and pieces don't fit, and when I can't fix it, I pray about it and then get ticked. It bugs me more than it should. I want life to be smooth and seamless, almost heavenly, holy and peaceful, the way I think it should be. However, real life is never seamless. Instead of responding to my request, Abba whispers, "Let's chase rabbits." So that's where that one on the, I think the lower left took us. So let's go over here to the lower right. It takes us to the Wayback Machine. I've already got it pulled up on another page, so I'll head over there. So on the Wayback Machine, oh crap, it exited. Okay. Hawk, can you click the button again? I closed out of the screen by mistake. Thank you. So we go here on the Wayback Machine. If we look up here in the upper right hand corner, this is July 1st, 2021. And what's interesting about this, there's a link for 1776, but I'll get to that one in just a minute. So if we come down here, there is a red period on all criminal hacking activities will be prosecuted. And that takes us to this. The Great Awakening versus the Great Reset. Okay, and then there's several links in here. I don't want to play the videos and get Hawk in trouble. But if we look, oh, there we go. Okay, this is what I was talking about. There's a couple of links here with the video links attached to them. But if we look here, the looking glass, I'll enlarge this here so everybody can see it. We have a Navy Admiral, it looks like, right here.
Admiral Rogers.
And then we have the Q cuff link. I think that's a cuff link at least, coming from down here. And you can see the red lines going to where it looks like the cuff link. And this is the part that I found most interesting. Okay, so predictive programming example. Do you think this is normal? If you believe this 2020 bat quarter is a complete coincidence, we have a bridge to sell you. US Mint 2020 pure silver quarter. It's wet markets, it's bats, it's no psychological operations, and it's predictive programming, pure evil. So, and it has a Bible verse here with it. On that day, men shall fling away to the flying foxes and the bats, the idols of silver and the idols of gold, which they made for worshiping. Isaiah 2:20. So if we click on the bat right here, it's going to take us to this. Or nope. I closed out of the wrong one. Dang it. So let me click on it real quick. And it's going to take us to this page as soon as it loads here. Okay, come on. There we go. All right.
Can you open your door?
Takes us right here, National Park of American Samoa 2020 uncirculated 5-ounce silver coin. And look at this. Bats on the quarter. You can't make this shit up, I swear. So, and when I dug a little bit further into it, okay, now we have to think when the whole scamdemic started. Okay, the whole scamdemic. The first coins minted in 2020 honored the national park in American Samoa, established on October 31st, 1988. The silver quarters release date was on Friday, February the 3rd, 2020. I just thought that was wow. Just wow. And then that also, this right here, the Great Awakening. Go back here. Look at this, 201, and there is the actually, I'll just read you the excerpt here. A 2020 bet quarter, a wet market full of bats. Mother Nature just naturally makes COVID-19. Nothing to do with a funded research by a forthright Fauci and Bill Gates. Nothing to do with the Wuhan bioweapons lab in China and the Wuhan province. So very close to the event, Military World Games taking place on October 18, 2019, along with Event 201. Did you get the fluffy COVID toy and think it's a big joke? If you look here, the toy, 201, and beneath it, Event 201. Hold on a second, folks. Okay, and then we see here, there is from Lane Warmbroad. Thanks to everyone for participating in Event 201 today. Look at all these. Look at that. And that's October 18th, 2019. So, and this is what I was talking about here. And then it goes into Event 201, which this came from that very same page. So, the Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security, in partnership with the World Economic Forum and Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, hosted Event 201, a high-level pandemic exercise, on October 19th or 18th, 2019, in New York. The exercise illustrated areas where public and private partnerships will be necessary during the response to a severe pandemic in order to diminish large-scale economic and societal consequences. But we already knew about Event 201, right? I mean, this is something that we've talked about for how many years now? So there's that. And then also going back here, okay, go back to that 1776 thing I was telling you about right here. So you click on this and it takes you to this, American History for Personal Growth. And then it also takes you to this. What is critical race theory? This is very interesting. Now, once again, this is from July 1st or June 30th, 2021. So this very, very interesting. I mean, very interesting stuff. So I was telling Hawk about this, and he, oh, sorry. All right. I'm still getting used to the new StreamYard. So, okay. So this is what I was telling you about on that 1776 tab. Your school's new video series, American History for Personal Growth, character development program inspired by a single event in American history. There's the book, Inspiration for Teens, the videos, the flashcards, course, elective. So You may terminate the video for information. Email me at paul@inspirationforteens.com. So, I mean, American Education Defenders. You can't make this up. You really can't. So let me go here to this one. And that it also comes from that page. See, once again, June 30th, 2021. So, an outgrowth of the European Marxist school of critical race theory is an academic movement which seeks to link racism, race, and power. Yeah, no, it seems like a play on words there. Unlike the civil rights movement, which sought to work within the structures of American democracy, critical race theorists challenge. So let's click on challenge and see what it takes us to. I'm waiting on the thing to pull up here. 8 big reasons critical race theory is terrible for dealing with racism, which we already knew about. So, I mean, critical race theory believes racism is present in every aspect of life, every relationship, and every interaction. Relies upon the interest convergence. White people only give black people opportunities and freedoms when it is also in their interest. Is against free societies and wants to dismantle them and replace them along with its advocates control. Only treats race issues as socially constructed groups where there are not individuals in critical race theory. And we see all this stuff playing out now. Stu Peters plays a lot of stuff. If you subscribe to him on X or True Social, he puts a lot of this stuff out there. And a lot of videos of there being race fights. So, I mean, and that's all the garbage you're trying to push in schools now. So let me go back here. And here is that 1776 tab I was telling you about right here. So once again, this one is from July 1st, 2021, going through the Wayback Machine. So, yeah. I mean, it's a lot to digest. It really is. But I think what kind of tripped me out the most was this tab right here with the bat and the quarter. And then, yeah. I mean, it just kind of tripped me out seeing all this. Because I didn't realize they actually made a quarter either. That was released a month and 1 week prior to the scamdemic being full bore here in the States.
Yep. Yeah. So somebody was mentioning that there's not a real drug war in the United States. Yes, there is. You want to know what the war on drugs is? The war is to get every person that they can on drugs. That's what the real war is about.
And the CIA started that one.
Yep. It's been going since Vietnam. Absolutely.
Yep. And it actually started before that when they were, I want to say back in the 60s when they were raiding the poppy fields in Afghanistan.
Well, yeah. That wasn't really a big thing back then. You know, it wasn't a big deal because they weren't really getting a whole lot out of there. It wasn't until the early 80s that really built up. It was Laos. It was the cocaine that was coming in. So basically, what would happen is Colombia would ship it to Vietnam, and Laos would ship it to Vietnam, and China would ship it to Vietnam. Okay, and then they would get the soldiers to bring it back to the States. You know.
Okay.
And that was that was big. That was big. And it was Yeah, they would, instead of a family's body, relative's body being in a casket, they would open it up and it was completely filled with heroin, or it was filled with opium, or it was filled with cocaine. And they'd be like, "Where's my kid's body?" And
Hey,
it's like,
I want to bring something up here, Hawk. I want to see what you think about this. All right.
oh,
Yeah. All right. So okay. So if we look right here, for the soul of an animal is in the blood, and I have given it to you to make atonement for yourselves on the altar. It is the blood that makes atonement for one's life.
well,
Leviticus
blood of the lamb.
17:11.
Yeah.
If anyone destroys God's temple, God will destroy him. For God's temple is holy, and you are that temple. Corinthians 3:17. If this is true, then protecting your blood equals protecting your soul.
Absolutely.
It brings me to mind of this right here.
Make it bigger. Bigger. There you go. Now it can be red.
Think about this for a minute. Can everybody read this? Okay. What is coded in your DNA? Who put it there? Why? Mankind is repressed. We will be repressed no more. Information is knowledge. Knowledge is power. Information is power. How do you protect your DNA? Where does your DNA come from? Your blood cells, right?
Yeah.
Which is made by your bone marrow. And yeah, there's a war for your DNA. Protect your DNA. What do you think of that, Hawk?
Well, I think that there's a couple of different ways to look at it. One, there are cannibals. They are real. Cannibals are real. And two, that the medical industry is so perverse. What they do with your blood is outrageous. And then when they find out what your genealogy is, then they begin to track your entire family, so and your family lineage. So I think that's where, okay, so somebody once asked me, do I think that Jesus and Mary had kids? Yeah, I do. I think that there is a Jesus bloodline.
Yes, Dan Brown actually breaks that down really good.
If
you've ever read his books.
I think that they're looking for that bloodline. I think that was part of what these tests that were swabbed and sent in to go into the laboratories was to find out. I think that was just part of it. Okay, you got all the noodles up in that pot. Give me the pot back. We don't need to run off with the pot. Okay. Good job. Good job, all of you. Okay. There, I gave the dogs the last of my noodles, and they tried to run off with my cooking pot.
So
not my smoking pot.
I thought this was interesting too.
Where smoking pot is concerned, they get a hold of that once in their lifetime, and that's the only time. Then they stay away from it naturally. Is this what's on the Wayback Machine?
Yeah, that's what's on the Wayback Machine for if you go to the Ingersoll Lockwood website.
Yeah.
And you click on the lower right corner down there where the rabbit usually is, it takes you to this. Well, not this page, but the Wayback Machine website that has the different captures for Ingersoll Lockwood. Okay, starting in, I think it was 2018.
Okay, hang on. Okay, where am I clicking for the Wayback? Where the rabbit should be?
Okay, let me go back here.
Okay.
Let me open up.
Okay, there's the Wayback Machine. Okay, Now, what am I doing now that I'm on the calendar?
Okay, so if you go to see, this is the Wayback Machine. No, that ain't the Wayback Machine. Okay, give me just a second here. Let me go back. So what you're gonna do is, I clicked. See, I thought this was kind of creepy too. That 2021, it looks like a skyscraper.
Yeah.
And then a city line.
Mine says 2023.
Yeah, this says August 7th to
Where it's lit up
2018.
in yellow.
Yeah, it's just what you have highlighted there.
Oh, okay. So 2021. So I am on 2021.
And then go down to July 1st, which is the one I'm at.
July
right
1st.
now. And any of these, you know how to use the Wayback Machine, so I don't need to explain that to you, I don't think. But
Okay.
yeah, I mean, this was wow. More than I bargained for when I clicked on everything.
Okay. It brings you to Ingersoll. Okay. Let's go back. Let's see what else is there. July 1.
So if you want, I can close my screen share so that way you can share yours.
No, I'm just trying to find what you were looking at.
Yeah, it was July 1st, 2021. There's 3 snapshots.
Right.
And I clicked on the first one at 001820.
Right.
So let's go to my birthday here. Let's see what they come up with for that. Oh, wrong one. Okay, so let's see. Ooh, there's a plus. Let's see what this is. Oh, that's the inspiration. Okay. So let me go back here. Let's go to the A. Ooh. I went to that October 9th one, Hawk. And the A is the very first one. Wow.
What's it say? The headline down there?
Bill Gates and George Soros buy out UK COVID test company Malogic.
Mm-hmm.
What if you were Bill Gates and you believed in eugenics?
What year?
This is October 9th, 2021.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see here. Let's click on that and see where it takes me.
I wonder why they would buy that out. Ask yourself that question. Why would they buy that company out after COVID was already supposedly defeated under Biden?
And this is from, I don't
Destruction
know.
of all records. And that was in the UK, wasn't it?
Yes.
Okay. So those of you in the UK now know that who's been in charge of your COVID test? Mm-hmm.
Hey, and that came out July 20th, 2021. That was the date of the article. So here's a question for you. You may know the answer. I don't know because I don't know it myself. When was that the developer for the PCR, when was he found dead?
About 3 days after he said that it wasn't designed to test for COVID.
So that's something here.
Yeah, I think it was 3 days or 5 days after he was on TV saying Fauci doesn't know what the hell he's talking about, and I'd be willing to debate him on this. Is basically what he said, and then 3 days later he was dead.
Yeah. So let me go back.
Hello, Washington Starfire.
Let's see what this one leads us to. Ooh, I got an error. YouTube removed the video.
Which video?
I don't know. Oh, it's redirecting. So let's see.
You.
All right.
Back has found you in error.
Here we go. Founder Bill Gates, founder of Microsoft, talking about using vaccinations, healthcare, and abortion to control carbon emissions and bring us to a zero output.
Oh, that's a TED Talk, isn't it?
Yeah.
Just talk to and he had, if I'm not mistaken, during the TED Talk, he had a room full of CIA and congressional and senators, along with an entire White House administration from Obama.
Yes, I actually have that video, that whole video, from where he was actually talking just that specific part.
Yeah.
So let me go back here. Coronavirus test bound for UK become contaminated with coronavirus. Way to feed rabbits. Let's see what this is. I'm curious now. I got another error code. Boy, they really don't like this one. Jerry Lee, that would not surprise me one bit.
I missed it. What's that? Canadian couple who owned a large hydroxy plant, both murdered around the same time. Yeah, there was. Because they had a house in New York and they had a house in where it said it was where it was from in Canada. I don't remember. But both of them were
And speaking of that, Hawk,
and both houses had damage done to them, like they were broken into. So at the time of their death, so it seems kind of funny how that kind of plays out.
Speaking of that comment, President Donald Trump, I happen to believe in hydroxychloroquine.
Yeah, and then it was less than 30 days later they were dead.
Yeah.
The people who own the company. Yep. I think they were killed. They were killed in a fire.
Yeah.
Kind of funny how that works, huh?
Yes.
Well, it's not funny, but
I know what you're saying. Interesting how that works out, isn't it?
Yeah.
But yeah. So I mean, there's quite a bit there. And there's also a link for McAfee News. Going back to that October 9th thing.
Yeah, you dropped the thing, so we can't see anything.
I'm just seeing what it is. I can't stay on very much longer because I gotta cook dinner. But oh yeah, remembering John McAfee.
Feeding the kids. If they stop growing, they won't be such big pains.
September 18th, 2021. John McAfee gave his permission to build a cyber academy, a training institute in his name. While he was alive, he offered to help review and promote the content and help with marketing.
Well, he could only do that if he could stay out of Spanish prisons.
But what's funny is there's a painting of him on this right here, and it says "From Cuba with Love." Here, I'll go ahead and share this because you gotta see this.
Yeah.
I mean, holy crap!
More than likely, that's probably where he's at.
Probably.
I don't think he's dead. So.
And then down there in the lower right corner, Aposha Money. Is that what that says?
I can't read it. Text is too small.
I'll take it to 200. Right here.
Who's that black? Hold on. Go back up. Who's the black woman? Here?
Yeah. Who is that?
I see. This is the thing is I constantly look for the things that most people don't look for when they look at things like this. You know, number one, he's got those are Havana cigars in his pocket. Okay. Now, if you zoom in even more on him, I'd like to know the reflection on his glasses. You see where I'm going with this?
Yes.
There's more to meets the eye. Is it not letting you do it?
That's as far as I can go.
Yeah.
Unless. There we go. All right, so I'm going to share this tab instead. Does that help you out?
Yeah, a little bit. Get my glasses on so I can magnify it a little bit more. Doesn't show who that is.
I can actually try to enlarge this one a little bit more. And that's as far as I can go.
Yeah, it becomes a little bit pixelated that way.
And I can't clear it up either.
Yeah. Well, that woman is standing back there quite a bit from the distance in his glasses.
It looks like a cafe.
Yeah, I can't read the sign that's on the right-hand side of the glasses, or is that my screen is dirty? Oh, my screen is dirty. I thought that was a sign. I thought that was writing on a sign, and it was.
No, it is.
A couple of flies.
It's like one of those little street signs.
Yeah, it was this was fly guts from me whacking a couple of flies that were on my screen earlier.
Oh. No, there is a sign here and on his left. Well, the right as we're looking at it.
Yeah.
Right here.
So that's a 2020 flag up there. And a big M. Where did I just see something about the big M's? You know, like McDonald's. Anything that's got the big M like that is all. Those are all the billionaires. That literally is the cabal's revenue. Where in the hell did I see that last night about the big M?
Greetings from Cuba with love. Ooh, there's a $100 bill right there.
Yeah. A lot of money.
There's a Bitcoin sticker.
But you read what that building says?
Yeah.
A lot of money.
Yeah.
So when Trump got the gold, where did he take it to?
Good question.
A lot of money.
And you see the Bitcoin sticker on the briefcase? Or on the suitcase?
Yeah.
And in the Bahamas, what just happened in the Bahamas a few months ago? Sam Bankman-Fried.
Yeah. Make taxation theft again.
And what is this right here? Does that look like a cell phone? Or some kind of a tracker?
I can't tell. Maybe a cigarette lighter, like an old Bic.
It could be. Sorry, I'm just trying to go through the picture here.
Yeah, I know. That's okay. You know, it's the idea of what else you see, you know, that you normally don't look at.
Now, what are those? Are those suns?
No, those are just splashes.
Okay. Yeah. The whole truth. Wake up, USA. Get your soul back. Ooh. You know what that is, right?
Well, that's another one of them birds coming down with a scroll. It just hasn't gotten down to where you can see it yet.
No, this is the treasury symbol, I think.
That's bird poop. That's what those dots are. Careful when you look up. You might.
If you look at this one,
Mm-hmm.
If that bird was complete, that would be a treasury symbol. I do believe. I've seen it before. I know I have.
Yeah. Keys.
That looks like handcuffs, like miniature handcuffs. Nope, they're glasses. Yeah, it's glasses.
Well, he does have sunglasses on right now.
You can see the earpiece right here. And there's the lens. There's the side of the frame. There's the other earpiece. Buico. I like that American flag bullhorn.
Who is that? I mean, he's not going to just put some random hooker from from
No.
Cuba in her, in the background.
His wife, maybe? Is what Big Chap said?
I don't know. It's a possibility. McAfee's wife is black? Okay. So that's his wife. Okay. I just wanted to make sure he wasn't taking some hooker to the, if Harriet Gass can get called out marrying his brother's wife, then, then we can call McAfee out if he's bringing hookers to a hotel. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But that's his wife, so it's not a hooker. He'll be paying for the rest of his life. There's a difference between.
This looks like it was a photo that was taken and made into like a painting.
Yeah, it kind of does. Well, that's why I said it was pixelating before. So, pot leaves sticking out of his briefcase.
Oh, I gotta see this.
I didn't see that.
I didn't either.
I must be losing it.
Yep, right here.
Yeah. Okay.
And right here.
Dang nabbit. And I missed that. That's bad. Hold on. Look between his legs.
I see more stickers. Is that an engraving plate?
Looks like it. Could be.
I can't blow it up any bigger either.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, now go up to his top pocket again.
All right. Cigars.
Yeah, I think that those are cigars. I don't think that it's scrolls. Somebody said scrolls in his pocket. He's just carrying around some big fatties, that's all.
And they're Cubans, so you know they're good.
Yeah.
All right, so let me go back here. There's a dude wearing a backpack right there.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of odd.
Well, not there. It's not.
It's not?
No, that's not unusual there.
There's the ferns. Trying to look at the structures. Yeah, John Dunning. Oh man, he just posted something. A link.
NFTevening.com. A lot of money. I gotta open up YouTube to be able to get to it.
You know what? I might be able to. Hold on just a second. French crypto artist.
The NFT artist who unfortunately passed away. A lot of money. The beloved iconic French crypto artist who has passed away. The crypto and NFT community is mourning the extraordinary artist known for his personality, humor, wit, and positivity. Also, many people across the NFT space connected with Alada, whose real name is Felipe. A lot of money spent his time creating unique and powerful art whilst helping others on their NFT journey. Many people have spoken out today about how he helped them. This incredible, influential man is a legend to the NFT community. He's one of original crypto artist, a true pioneer in the art space. I wonder if he's bought and sold any of Hunter Biden's art.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, man, I got to get going. I got to start cooking dinner.
I know. I told you not to feed the damn kids anymore. You know, just you got to do it so that they're eating once every couple of days, and it'll slow down the growing process.
Yeah. But yeah,
you don't like that idea?
I would, but no.
Okay.
No, because then I have to listen to a whole other bunch of.
I know your wife would kill you. I get it.
Oh, she definitely would kill me.
Yeah. I'll talk to her about it, and then let her think that it's her idea. And and then she can tell you, and then okay, and then you can just agree to it.
Yeah. Yeah. So.
Yeah.
You know, Ingersoll Lockwood has its own pack.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Yeah. Well, okay, go feed your kids.
All right. Yep.
And
I gotta get rolling here. So.
And I'm going to show these guys a little something.
All right.
Let me put my thing up there. Where is
I will get you later, brother.
Okay, brother. All right. Thanks. Yep.
Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My amendment uses rule to reduce the salary of Secretary Pete Buttigieg to $1. Pete Buttigieg has failed to serve the American people as the Secretary of Transportation. He has been busy calling roads racist, enforcing equity action plans, and implementing climate change initiatives, rather than strengthening our nation's transportation and infrastructure systems and responding to emergencies like the train derailment in East Palestine. He stated, "There is racism physically built into some of our highways. Every transportation decision is inherently, in many ways, a decision about equity." I would argue people driving on dirt roads every single day in rural America may feel that way, but our Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg, doesn't care about Americans in rural America. He's more interested in declaring that roads are built on skin color and racism. He also stated, ensuring equity and accessibility for every member of the traveling public is one of the Department of Transportation's highest priorities. Again, I'll point to rural America. In the same month he was sworn in, his department introduced racial equities and barriers to opportunities as a consideration for awarding discretionary grants, as if that's how funds should be awarded. In June 2022, he launched a $1 billion pilot program aimed at helping reconnect cities and neighborhoods racially segregated or divided by road projects. Under this program, over $100 million was awarded to tear down and rebuild a freeway in Detroit because it was considered racially divisive. Taxpayer dollars are being used to cover 80% of the project's funds. He has also intentionally tried to deceive the American people, as shown when a video surfaced of him faking a bike ride to a White House cabinet meeting. The video showed Secretary Buttigieg driving to the White House, but stopping in just enough time for his security detail to unload his bike from the back of the gas-guzzling SUV. He then rode his bike for the cameras to the White House as if he had been riding it all along. What a hypocrite. What a liar. Deserving an taxpayer-funded paycheck is about job performance, not about personalities or identity politics. And let's all recall that Pete Buttigieg was formerly a mayor and was well known as Pothole Pete for not repairing all the potholes in the roads in the town that he served. So I assure you, this is about defunding his paycheck to $1, which I think is $1 too high, for a Secretary of Transportation that is failing the American people when it comes to transportation, while implementing his tyrannical climate agenda through his office and preaching for the government to curb carbon emissions. Pete Buttigieg has reportedly taken at least 18 taxpayer-funded flights on private jets managed by the FAA. One of these flights was taken to receive an award from the Canadian Gay Rights Organization for advancing LGBTQ rights. American taxpayers don't want to pay for Pete Buttigieg to get awards for the way people have sex. That's not what the Secretary of Transportation should be doing. These fraudulent actions of Secretary Buttigieg illustrate that he is not to be trusted in leading our Department of Transportation. While Secretary Buttigieg was taking taxpayer-funded carbon-emitting private jets to receive LGBTQ awards, he failed to serve the Americans in East Palestine, who were devastated by the train derailment and chemical spill earlier this year. In response to why he hadn't visited the community, he stated that he would visit when the time is right. It turns out the time was only right after President Trump visited, brought thousands of bottles of water, and pressured Secretary Buttigieg into visiting, and maybe doing his job. It took our Secretary of Transportation almost 3 weeks to visit after this unbelievable toxic catastrophe. Furthermore, under his watch as secretary, the FAA was forced to order a ground stop for all air traffic in the U.S. due to a system outage. This was the first time in history the NOTAM system has ever failed, and it was the first time since 9/11.
Well, I agree with that. Yep, I'm done with this giving themselves raises too. It just saying. You want to discourage people from getting into politics as a career, going to Washington as a career. Then you give them a term limit. You reduce their pay by at least 3/4. From this ridiculous salaries that they currently get for doing absolutely nothing. Okay. And you only call Congress to session for a couple of days out of every month, and most of the other stuff that they do, they can do from Zoom or whatever they call that they use for their meetings. So, okay. Melissa Redpill says, I don't trust a word out of Trey Yanked. Again, the $1 billion Iron Dome failed. Okay, sure. And the bomb landed next to a kindergarten school. Okay, sure. Too many lies.
We're right along the Israel-Gaza border, and just moments before we were about to go live on TV, a rocket was fired at this area. It slipped past Israel's missile defense system, the Iron Dome, and slammed into the ground about 100 feet from where we were standing. You can see there are a lot of journalists around here because this is where people are normally reporting from. Some soldiers and police officers and a kindergarten here. In the courtyard of the kindergarten, there was a direct impact. I'll show you some of the video of that at the end of this report. But it gives you a sense of just how little time people have in these southern communities to respond when there is rocket fire. We heard the sirens sounding, and within seconds there was an impact and a huge explosion rocking the ground. Just feet from where journalists are standing, it is just by chance that no one was injured or killed.
But you notice he didn't show that footage at the end of his clip. Just saying. I like the dreams of the future better than history of the past. Yep. We calling. And those who are asking about Obam Spike, well, that's Spike Q. Spike Anon is that's him on there, and he really goes off on the liberals pretty regular on there. Update: coding error in voting machines blamed for votes flipping in Pennsylvania. Wait a minute. I thought that this stuff was like perfect. Perfect is how these states are putting it. It's perfect. A coding error in the voting machines caused the votes to flip in several districts. And actually, let me see if there's a report on this. This is the only way I can get on to do a Twitter thing. Is okay. So here we go. Northampton County Elections Office. Northampton County Elections Office reports an issue with the recording of votes only for the races for retention to the Pennsylvania Superior Court, affecting Judge Jack Piniella and Judge Victor Stabile. It appears that when a voter selects yes or no for one of the candidates for retention to the Pennsylvania Superior Court, the selection is recorded on the paper ballot and on the machine for the other candidate. The issue is limited to the retention of Superior Court judges and is only an issue when recording the votes for when a voter selected yes for one candidate and a no for another candidate. The Elections Division of County of Northampton notified all poll workers by text message that they are to instruct voters before the voter enters the voting booth that there is an issue with the recording of their vote to the candidates for retention to the courts. A paper receipt will record their selection for retention. Yeah. Likely excuse. Cash Patel says has Ray's FBI and Garland's DOJ mobilized the task force to prosecute this mobster of protesters that defaced White House property and historic statues, or is that kind of law enforcement only reserved if you are a Trump supporter? Yeah, that's what they did to the gates at the White House there. Let's make it bigger so everybody can see it. There you go. Whoop. Look at that. Yeah. And you got the fingerprints right there. Those are handprints, so might as well get their fingerprints, and they left you a way to track them, right? Can I say? This is
war. You want to know the battle I want to see won? I want to see the battle won for the American people. Our border is so
Hey, everybody. Can you hear me? Hawk's having technical difficulties. Thanks, Digital Hawk. I had to mute my TV. Hey, John Dunning. You want to come up for old time's sakes? Oh, mercy me. I'm faint. Okay. I'm talking loud. Am I still faint? Hey, Miss Minder Sue. Hey, Carrie. So it's been an interesting show with everything. Hey, Marianne. I don't know what happened to Hawk. He's not sure either. So I'm not sure. Oh, thank you, Carrie. Because I feel like I'm screaming on my side. Hey, Janice. Hello, Lisa. Thanks, Kelly. John Dunning, we can have a really good conversation if you come up here. Hey, Annette. So those are my pecan trees in the kitchen. And it's harvest time, so that's where I've been. So a friend's going to shake the trees, hopefully this week, so we can get it all done. Hey, Dennis. No audio. Fans on my, actually from my, I have an all-in-one computer. But mercy, I know. I didn't have any washing going on, so it's not that. Definitely not going to sing. That's John Dunning's part. That's why he's avoiding coming up. The background noise is a fan from the computer because it's an all-in-one, and I didn't know I was coming up, so I didn't make any adjustments. Because when we had the windstorm, I had to turn everything off, and I think it, all the settings were in my. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. You know what? If I played the song, it probably would not kick back there. But you can't lose this channel. Maybe that. First votes reported in Kentucky governor's race, Andy Beshear, Democrat, and Daniel Kennedy, Republican. 64%. Awesome. I guess I don't really run stuff because I'm not Kentucky, so we'll do that. The neighbors have a waterfall. I don't. So, you know, it's kind of crazy because, you know, we don't know what's good, what's bad right now. Who's good, who's bad. It's like everything we've been told is upside down. You know, Debbie, I'm afraid to touch anything because when I do, I kind of get myself in trouble. And usually Hawk walks me through it. I'm Don D. And obviously, neither one of them are good. John is, but he's at a bar. Yeah, but Marianne, you know, Republican right now, Democrat. No, see, we don't know who's good, who's bad. I had to watch the love story movies to get my mind off this stuff because I was just getting in the funk. And I just, you know, I had to put my mind on something else. Even though I know those are silly, but mercy. John Denny, get up here. All right, I'm closer to the computer. I don't know where the mic is because it's all on one computer. So hopefully y'all can hear me. Is this better? You can hear me now, John Denny? It's weird calling you John Denny. John D, is it better? Okay. So y'all can pick a subject and we can start talking about it. I don't know what else to talk about. Thanks, Jerry Lee. You know this is just not my thing. I don't have water on. I have my rice cooker on, but that's in the kitchen. Oh shoot, John D, I don't know how to give you the link. Thank you, Lisa. So, okay. Does anybody know how to drive in the snow? Can you give me some pointers? Because I'm going to have to drive in the snow, and I just never had done it before. So I'm just not too sure on how to do it. I'm sorry, Mitch. Have a good night. Yeah, John, it should be the same as earlier. You were up here with Hawk, weren't you? Ice is worse than snow. So ice is in the morning, right? And late at night? When is ice? When the snow melts? I know, I was making supper and I didn't hear him talking, so I knew something was up, Sam. And the babes are waiting for their food, but that's okay, they're good. So I know all-terrain tires work, right, Catherine? Hey, Cola, I didn't see you sneak in. Go slow and easy, don't go. I don't go fast anyway. High speed, okay. It's good to know. I'm thinking of videoing it because my life is just such a mess anyway that would just be a good laugh for somebody. You know what I'm saying? Lord have mercy. I can just imagine. Oh, you're going on the turns out. Ay. What's for dinner, Cola? I'm doing marlin, rice, and broccoli. Don't hit the brakes. No, I heard you take your foot off the gas and just kind of let it do its thing, right? So, you know, I think Hawk's taking his time just to make me sweat this out. That's what I'm thinking. He probably needed a potty break. Uh-oh. Wait, hold on. Let me see what's going on. Oh no. He said the logging truck took out the pole across a highway that carries the internet. So I'm thinking this is going to be the end for us, guys. I'm asking him if he wants me to end it. I tell you what, you know what? If that man didn't have bad luck, he would have no luck at all. See, I'm missing my... I'm trying to get an all-wheel drive, but right now it's just that sounds good, Paula. Bump a little bit. Okay, right on slow return and to spin and straight out. Okay. Okay, I reckon this is it, guys. I'm going to say a prayer and we're going to end the stream. So I just ask Heavenly Father to be with everybody here that is in chat and that will listen later. I ask you to be with Hawk and all the mustard seeds, Father. Please protect us and guide us. Keep us safe from all this craziness going on. And guide us. Help us to be humble. Help us to be in discernment. We love and praise you. Amen. Y'all have a good night. I'm going to end the stream because obviously Hawk's not going to come back because the poll's out. And I thank you for the advice for the snow. And y'all have a good night. Thank you for supporting Hawk. Those of you who have helped him out, I know he really appreciates it. So God bless you and have a good night. Take care.